Yeah.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't
It's easy to set a young heart on the run, to see it crashing out the sky, falling one by one. Walking alone on the coldest night. There's nothing I can ever say to change your mind. I gotta live without your love, we've said goodbye. There's nothing I can ever say to change your defeated by the dreams and the memories we've made, to see it crashing out the skies like a tidal wave down on me. Walking alone on the coldest night. There's nothing I can ever say to change your mind. I gotta live without your love, we've said goodbye. There's nothing I can ever say to change your get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I do it all before I die. I wanna get it on tonight. I wanna get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I wanna get you one more time, one more time, one more time, one more time. I want it one more time. I really need to make it right. Energy I overdose, cause I'm ready to reload. I need it one more time, but baby then again twice. But I don't know if I'm ready to let go. I'm gonna have you one more time. I'm gonna hit it one more night with you, with you. I am committed cause I know it's you I want. Hope I never see you go home. I'll come along. I'm gonna have you one more time. I'm gonna have you one more night. I wanna get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I do it all before I die. I wanna get it on tonight. I wanna get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I wanna get you one more time, one more time, one more time, one more time. Ooh, this time I wanna take it slow. I don't need my phone. I know how to picture in my mind the nights with you. I'm ready to enjoy the ride. I don't wanna die, but I could die in your arms, cause I don't need to live forever. Cause I don't. I wanna get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I do it all before I die. I wanna get it on tonight. I wanna get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I wanna get you one more time, one more time, one more time, one more time. And every way you keep me started off fine, now then left going deep, deep in love. I'll be right back here to see you just one more time.
Past to the memories of your life's past. We only see what we want to now. I long
Hello, PUBG fans across all the platforms that we are presently playing on. I hope you're tuned in for some good group stage action, because we all know this is where things get the most spicy. I'm Matrimon, joined by Porosaurus, and we are going to be taking you through all of the fun of the day. Poro, group
Yes.
stages, man. Group stages. We've been seeing some weird and some fun. Where do you even want to start on all of this?
Oh man, well, I mean, where can you start? Let's before we get it. Let's get. You want to do some housekeeping?
Yeah,
some
okay. I
housekeeping.
guess we can sweep up and like tidy things and walk through everything for everybody that doesn't know what's going on.
Let's tidy up. Let's do some housekeeping. Let's see the format of how we got here. This is, of course, that round of 16 for North America. So keeping in mind, group stage, there you go. Not round of 16, but the top 6 are going to be going on to the group stages for PCS5. 7 through 14 will be going on to play in a last chance qualifier with the 7 through 14th place from LATAM finals here, or trying to, what do you call them? Group stages?
Yeah, group stage. That works.
The
Thing before the event. We shall just refer to it as that from henceforth.
So basically, the moral of the story is top 6, you get to go on to the finals. Yay, woohoo, great. And then if you don't get top 6, you still have that second chance with coming into the 7th through 14th slot. However, you finish lower than 14th, it's done. It's over. No more PCS5 for you. No more PGC points for you. And that could be the biggest thing.
Could be the end of the year for you as well if you don't manage to make it into this one.
Well, yeah, that is true. A number of teams here are very much on a win and get in, and that's the only shot that they really have. But let's take a look at the prize pool that they're playing for as well. It's not just for those PGC points, but we do have some cash on the line. $25,000 total prize pool, including an extra grand in bounties. As far as this right now, and then we'll also have additional prize pool once we get to those grand finals. What else do we have? Next thing,
I just want to point this out. $25,000 for group stage, though. $25,000 for a group stage. Then the last chance qualifier has $20,000 as well. That's absolutely ridiculous because we haven't even made it to PCS5 prize pools and what we're going to be talking about there. You can see, even if you don't manage to walk away with a ton of money that we're putting out for group stage, and you have to go to the last chance qualifiers, don't worry. Look, money on the table. Even being in 16th place there is going to walk away with a little bit of cash. Not the most I'll consider, but at least something out of there. But $2,250 up at the top for managing to qualify back into making it into PCS. Not such a bad deal.
For sure. Definitely something to look forward to, I guess, if you end up being in the LCQs. But obviously, everybody just trying to go for those top 4 slots so they can get to the grand finals. Here are your teams that are playing today. We are back once again, the groups A and B. Now, do you remember what happened the last time groups A and B played Matchroom?
Yeah, I was casting that day because, see, for whatever reason, TSM and Sonics don't want me to cast them. They're going on all the other days, and I get A and B. By the way, shout out to all the Sonics and TSM people that are probably restreaming what's going on right now. You guys are having fun tuned in. But there's a lot of interesting to be looking at by not having Group C inside of this, because I know a lot of people's eyes are going to be drawn to those groups. So that means that these two groups together right now, A and B, this is where they need to make the most bang for their buck today.
Yes, indeed. And the last time these two teams played, we had obviously 5 games. Gas Cans got 2 wins, 31 kills. Adapt got themselves a win and a nice little stack of kills. United, Black Sheep Office also were able to get wins. So it's basically, a lot of teams that may not have as good of a shot when TSM and Sonics are in the lobby. We're actually doing pretty well. So that actually brings up an interesting point, though, Matchroom.
I know. You want to talk about a Gas Cans situation.
Oh, man. Look, and you know what? And I'll be honest with you. I took a lot of heat from chat. And, I didn't know at the time because I don't look at chat when I'm casting because...
there's also a 25-minute delay, guys. We don't see what you're saying until the day's over. Sorry.
We got other stuff to worry about, all right? And but upon VOD review, did notice a lot of people took issue with the idea of Gas Cans going hunting. I'm quadrupling down on the Gas Cans need to go Dignitas hunting today. And the next 2 days that they play. You've got 3 wins. You're chasing Dignitas in the PGC point standings. Dignitas is down in 10th. There's TSM, Dodge, there's a number of teams that could possibly pass Dignitas if they get a single win and push Dignitas even out of the last chance qualifier. So, the best thing that you can hope for at this point, if you're Gas Cans, force Dignitas to play in the last chance qualifier. If not, even better than that, God scenario, knock them out altogether to where they don't get PGC points at all.
Let's work through some of these situations whenever we're looking at the leaderboard here, guys. Okay, so Gas Cans presently sitting on 3 chicken dinners. That's why Poro was talking about that strategy does open up. Decent chance the fact that, yes, I know we're only halfway through the group stage at this point, that if they do spend quite a bit of their time harassing Dignitas, they'll still be able to stay in a position where they're already going to qualify for PCS5. The whole premise on talking about this is looking not at PCS5, but at
Yes.
PGC down the road. You're
Yes.
sacrificing a little bit of position now to eliminate somebody so that way you can go, because we're talking about prize pools and stuff like that.
Yeah.
We know what's going to happen at PGC. Whenever we look at PGIS, that prize pool was absolutely nuts. You can look at the overall earners for esports this year so far, and it's almost all PUBG players, just because the prize pool at that event was so huge. So trying to remove out competition, because whenever we look at it, one spot we already know is going towards Latin America. That means the fact that there's going to be a lot of contention up at the top, because there's a couple of teams that have been playing pretty well right now. That's going to make GasCan's capabilities to make it there, as well as Dignitas's capabilities to make it there, much more difficult. Most notably, Sonics, Oath, TSM, and even Dodge in that category.
Yeah, you think about it this way: PCS5, the winner is going to get a guaranteed slot, right? The highest placing team from the region that doesn't win PCS5. So, if a LATAM squad ends up winning PCS5, they get the slot, and then the next spot will then go to the highest placing NA team. Obviously, conversely as well. But when you're talking about gas cans, right? There's only 6 slots for Americas to go to PGC.
Kind of
right?
5 for North American. Yeah,
exactly, kind of 5. But then you see where they're sitting in terms of overall PGC points. They got Dignitas above them. They got Dodge above them. They got SSG that's possibly chasing. If you can knock Dignitas out of even the last chance qualifier to where they can't even get any more PGC points through PCS5, your path to PGC, to that international competition, becomes all that more easy. And I know the argument that Chad is saying, oh, well, it's scummy. Do you think they're going to give a damn about how scummy it was for them to get there? It's called gamesmanship, man. You want to try to get to PGC. You're trying to get to the big show. Dignitas would do the exact same thing to you if they were in that situation. Any team would do the exact same thing to you in that situation. So it's not scummy. It's trying to get to the international competition at the end of the year, doing whatever you can, whatever you have to get to that point.
Battle Royale is about survival. And yes, I know that there is a touch of a gentleman's agreement on drops, but that's all it is. Whenever it's coming to a point where you're do or die in survival, anything is on the table, and hot drops can make the game more fun. But I do like your choice in words. Whenever you said it, you said hunting, not necessarily hot dropping, because depending on how much research these different teams can do, what we often find is better than hot dropping is to drop and expect to know the rotation of the team, and then use that knowledge based off of the circle to try to catch them very close to their drop point. And it's much easier. You don't have to risk as much in that situation. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like that. Maybe hot drops. That might not be today. That might be down the future. And we'll have to see. Today is kind of a marker for a lot of things, all considered. Whenever we talk about trying to get into PCS5 automatically, just based off of performance inside of this, then going to last chance qualifiers and what could be stacking up inside of that, then PCS5 in and of itself, and then all of that stacking into PGC. We're at the tail end, the end game for the year for PUBG Esports. Most notably for the Americas region, this is going to be our last event leading into that. So these teams know that they're in a do or die situation, and this is whenever we get to see a lot of very interesting strategies start being developed and utilized.
Absolutely. And if I would not be at all surprised to see Dignitas, just to avoid even the potential of gas cans doing something like that, to switch up their drops, switch up their rotations. And they haven't had much practice. I mean, I think they were practicing yesterday as far as scrims are concerned, the last 2 days, but the lobbies were pretty light. It wasn't the standard lobbies, as these guys were kind of taking a breather between rounds. But Dignitas was actually in there, and they were playing, and they were practicing different things. So would not be surprised. Actually, would be surprised to not see them switch things up a bit.
Well, there is a lot to talk about moving forward, but you know what's going to be more interesting? This little button that I've got that says the fact that we can go into game. So let's go ahead and get everything set up.
Press it? Nice.
To go into game 1. There you go, guys. We're going to be going over this nice, new, pretty map back south of Puerto Briso, and then ending up just south of Monte Nuevo. This is a very southern plain path that's going to leave a lot of vegetation and not as much brown for the players to play around.
Yeah,
I guess
not a great plane.
whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, not a great plane at all. And to be fair, we've been seeing a lot of kind of southerly circle, southern. Say, I'll just call them southern
Southernly is
circles.
fine. I like it.
Either southwestern, southeastern. We've been seeing a lot of southeastern ones during scrims leading up to this, and then of course once we get into the actual games, not a single southeastern circle has been played so far, but we did see a couple over to the southwest. So it should be interesting to see where this one goes. But again, it's going to be another southern circle.
Prison
So
Island. Prison
And,
Island.
what did I
Hey,
tell
there we
you?
go. It's like you're
Right off the
good
bat.
at analysis or something, Portal.
It doesn't take a genius to figure this stuff out, man. You gotta do what you gotta do. And Dignitas, for their part, they gotta get the hell on out of there. Heikman going to try to get a few shots with the M16, but fortunately, Dignitas gets blessed with a covered Murano for their
Adam.
escape.
Oh, I was expecting a Winnie early game when people running or people in parachutes is really nice. It's picking up, giving you the easy aim off the get-go. Dignitas should have a read on what's going on. Poor no Prison Island circle. We're just going to end up with an MPL circle instead. So, whenever we're looking at this, Dignitas, okay, let's talk about the ramifications of what's going on. And yes, guys, I know we're talking about Dig and we're talking about gas cans a lot, and there's a lot of other teams. It's just, this is going to be the early pivotal moments that we're going to be looking at. Gas cans having to shift out of this forces them to play off of a back foot position. And even just, sure, no deaths, no casualties, but this disruption in plan can have long-ranging consequences.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the fact that 3/4 of Dig are heading off north to Impala, while Punaj is still kind of hanging around by himself on the south coast. So right off the bat, as you said, Dignitas kind of behind the 8 ball. They should be okay. Presumably, Punaj should be able to rally, get all his looting done, and at least find a foothold inside this. Now, we'll see how far Dignitas decides to go north. They're going to have to come back down eventually if they're going to meet up with their teammate, or they could just play it as 3-1 and see what happens.
With Punaj being off to the west of Gascan's location, that's a little bit of awkward spot, but hey, just mainly you can kind of sneak inside, so not the worst of everything. Now, with the circle and the way it's set up, I do want to point out a couple of big factors that we're looking at. Chumasera has gone over to E United, so that's good for them. I know that they're sitting right now in 8th place on 1 chicken dinner. Back behind that, VSO is holding down a 2-1-1 split that is holding down most of the center of the circle, getting some control on that. Last minute, this is a little bit of a situation, to say the least. I mean, they're looted up, kind of. Some helmets, no body armor, some ammo, some guns. But stacked up like this could be a problem.
Yeah, well, oh, yeah, there you go. The wheel also busted out on the back right there. But you look at last minute, they're in 17th place, 27 kills. They still have a shot at getting into these LCQs here if they can get just over that 14th spot. And it's a log jam down there, really, Matcham. I mean, you look at that 14th place cutoff spot. I mean, no cap is about 10 kills above, but then 14th through about 21st, all right within shooting distance of each other. So that should be an interesting little thing to keep an eye on for the next couple of days here.
Yeah, I mean, one squad wipe separates out right now 14th through 20th. And sure, we're halfway through, but that means that there's still a lot of opportunity for these guys. And I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of them are starting to set their sights a little bit more towards just trying to see if they can secure one chicken dinner to secure a position and at least last chance qualifiers. Because when we're looking at this, there still are a lot of games, but it's like a couple of teams keep taking a lot of the chicken dinners away from everybody else. Yeah. So that leaves this one chicken dinner position kind of a little bit more viable to maybe making it into LCQ. You have to have a couple of kills with it at least.
For sure. Well, the good news for some of those teams, it appears, at least off of first drop, that Gas Cans is going to devote a lot of attention over towards Dignitas, at least early game. The bad news is that you've also got Oath in this lobby, and Oath just, I mean, 3 wins in one day in the last day, and they looked just dominant, absolutely dominant.
I hate the joke that I keep making regarding it, but they seriously have the recipe for chicken dinner right now. Oath, they're not going to be coming out with the flashiest of flashy whenever they come through. They're going to come through with knowing what the goal is. The goal of the most chicken dinner is get the most chicken dinners. And that's what they figured out how to do, and they're very effective at it. They know how to navigate circles, and they have a good read on positions that are going to be strong for late game and how to have a secondary rotation after that if the circle doesn't go their way. They're very good about making sure to use as much of the, I guess, aggression and fighting that's around them to their benefit to make these rotations. And it's a very interesting thing to watch. It's a very heady style of play, which is a little bit more different than the run and gun style that we tend to see North America lean into.
Mm-hmm. And 56 kills on top of that, not too shabby.
Yeah.
You know, they only got 17 in the first day, so majority of those kills coming in their second day of play, along with those 3 wins. So see Zovran taking some long range shots at a rotating Dodge. It's going on just to the north of center. Dodge taking some damage. Oh, they find SSG now too. Haven't lost anybody, so they should be okay. Finna in a little bit of trouble. Dodge definitely don't want to lose Finna. That's a I touched on Greg Shot being a really good, most improved player, really, almost of 2021 for gas cans. Finna not too far behind him.
This is a position to play, to say the least, because they have Gravity to the north, they've got Adapt to the southeast, and then directly to the south, they've got Space Station Gaming. ATC, it looks like they're rolling through Monty right now, and I think that they're probably going to lean a little bit more westernly coming through this, so nothing too much to be scared of. Do note the fact that whenever we see the way that the circle is set up, a lot of teams are playing that Space Station Gaming hillside where we see BSO, Adapt all playing. There's a lot of strength and high ground from that position, but that's where most of our teams are kind of leaning into. They want to play the high ground, they want the vision, and they know the fact that if they have to leave these high ground points in this section of the map, it is very, very difficult to handle just due to how rotations themselves play, due to the massive verticality difference between these valleys. Because if you need to cross east to west, man, you're having to seriously drive. It feels like 3 times the distance up and down just to go across.
Absolutely. And just looking at the map, most teams, it seems, kind of favoring that north-south Monte Nuevo road, thinking that this thing is going to cut hard to the west. But there is a big group of about 4 teams that are all hanging out just to the south of Chuma right now. Veritas, United Liberate, and Wallbang. 300 starting to make their way in from the eastern side. They've got pretty much nobody around them. I mean, Dignitas coming in from behind, Oath just off to the north, but nobody really in a danger zone yet.
300 is a scary team. Like,
really
the more and more this team gels together and figures out how they want to navigate a map is going to bring dread to other teams. There is so much just killing capabilities inside of that squad from so many different angles. If you end up in their crosshairs, it's going to be a rough day for your squad. Rough days for squads counting. You can see that Dignitas is rolling back down to the south, but guess what? It's at roughly the same moment Gas Cans is making their rotation to the north. Both of them are eyeing the same road, so could be coming in fairly close to each other depending on how this comes together.
I should hear each other right now, and Hikerman actually going to get a glimpse of Sparking making waves off of there. Jumping into the road.
These guys are like star-crossed lovers right now. They just keep bumping into each other time and time again.
Well, it's a gas cans wants that. Dignitas, that's the last thing on earth that they want. But if you are a Dignitas fan, it should be comforting to know that the rest of the squad has now made it through Los Leones and they're going to get back to Punage. But right now, ATC right on top of No Cap in charge of the church defense. We saw a fight here the other day between Sonics, and they held it admirably. Let's see if No Cap can do the same.
No Cap is running a little bit of a split position, so they only have 3 members in this point right now. ATC rolls down through. Marsalek has gone down. Smokes have come out just to get a little bit of distance, so that way they can manage to get away from this point. They do need to be careful as they're making this retreat out, as a lot of teams can manage to spot them. Speaking of, ATC's got to be a little bit careful with this one as they're looking through. Uncivil does manage to line up the shots onto Minox. But you can see Monty taking a ton of damage as well. So we've got a couple of referees controlling what's going on. Norcus is down. It looks like the rest of ATC is content with trying to make their way through here. It's going to be No Cap's other member. We were talking about playing off in a different point now. Has a little bit of position. That grenade could line up perfectly. There we go. Addit comes up big for his squad right now. That's going to be our first squad eliminated for the day.
Oh, no, ATC. That is so unfortunate, but what great positioning from Addit. What a good call to send him up on that high side, on that western side of the valley, just to keep track. And it's going to pay off even bigger now as the circle has popped and it does go hard to the west. So all those teams that were hanging out to the south of Chuma now have to get back in, start to reposition. But where do you go? The southern side, southeastern in particular, really, really cramped right now, Matrim.
Yeah, Dignitas, manage to get that space away from gas cans, but looks like Liberate might be a new problem for them arising relatively soon. Liberate coming off that high ground point, going to be landing right in front of Dignitas. Poonage leading the way for the squad right now, doing a little bit of scouting. As it's like they're going to contently look at each other. United is also going to be making a trip back down to the south, but here we go. Poonage, always willing to take a fight around him, at least getting a little bit of harassment. Going to spin that back around, realizing the fact that they've separated out the tail end of this roaming factor. Liberate's going to go ahead and take a stop as well, try to get a couple of shots in, but it is switched on to a full run-and-gun strategy. Everybody is just trying to harass each other as they come through. Liberate's protege getting a little bit of tap shots into this one. Off in the distance, you can also see the Dodge and Gravity are getting into a little bit of fight, but Shinboy manages to spot out Dash, run him over, pops it back over, finishes the job with a flush there. So Dignitas is going to be able to have a little bit more of a clean path. United is going to be going off to the west of them, and Liberate's going to be forced to lose one member and go south.
Tried to hop out of the car to get a better shot, but unfortunately he was in that bowl and just could not react in time. And Dignitas does pick up one, so that's great news for them. And the Viking funeral for young Batty Lull. He does get the flush onto Hella Senpai, but will pay for it with his life. Now Dodge down to 2. Gravity still has Zovern in there, though.
I mean, he's got himself a nice position to play. This is a really strong point inside the circle. It's got sight lines for days. We often see teams regularly fight for this at this stage, just because of the fact that you can see everything that's going on to the north. Given the fact that this is so far north into the circle, though, it loses a little bit of its merits. Dodge just got a good read on what was going on and managed to collapse right on top of Gravity, but you can see Zovern contemplating making play. He's got D-Rich on the other side to provide a little bit of support, and here comes the push. A slow, steady, methodical. Doesn't want to show his hand too early. Instead, waiting to see if maybe he can get D-Rich into a position. D-Rich does spot him out, force him back into that. It's now with Zovern having that information, they can collapse on both sides of it. Lampalot's now found himself in a lot of trouble, but is going to lean into the cover to see if maybe he can get something out. Trying to use the wall. You can see Zovern just can't get the connecting shots that he needs to. The wall is providing too much cover. So with this, it's going to be all about the throwables. Does he know where it is? Throws that a little bit too far, but does manage to spot him out. D-Rich manages to finish it off.
Clean stuff coming out from Gravity there to clean up Lampalot. Now Vegas and Finn are the only 2 left up for Dodge. They still have a nice little compound here, but you got to imagine that that's going to get some pressure here late, as you still got last-minute Oath, gas cans, and what's left of Gravity still off to the north making these wraps. And then all those teams that were hanging out to the southeast that fell outside of Circle Matchroom, looks like they're making these long wraps down to the south, heading off to the west. So Liberate, Wallbang, Dignitas. You can see Liberate going to take some shots from Wallbang, who's found a spot on the edge of Circle, but seemed comfortable hanging out there.
I mean, it's a beautiful position point right now, and they can harass the teams as they come through. Liberate does manage to make it past them, but Dignitas is going to be following up just back behind that. They saw the woes that were inflicted upon Liberate right now and do manage to get a little bit of harassment back. It's going to force Palix to be a little bit more cautious in this, so he's going to go ahead and regroup at this time. It's just going to be Dignitas, the last team trying to make it in the circle, as the new circle pops, and yet again, very much favoring that high ground that's just south of Ladrilla. I always mess up saying that one. I can't roll the L properly inside of it, but so BSO in a great position. No cap still yet again rewarded.
Ladriera. Looks like Dodge was trying to leave their big compound. They're still in vehicles right now. Left Vegas back over there. BSO playing a little mountain goat here. Have vision, I believe, onto E United. E United actually not taking any shots at all right now. So BSO playing it pretty quiet. They might not have a good line of sight onto that, but right now Space Station's got a really good line of sight on Gravity. Unfortunately for them, D-Rich goes down. Zovern now the last one up.
Yeah, and he's kind of caught out in the middle of that. He's got himself a house to play in, but it's not good cover. It's enough to work with at the time, but as this continues to collapse, he has to expect that somebody's going to come after him sooner or later. You can see the fact that so many angles, vulnerable from so many different approaches. He has to be very cautious with this. Adapt now coming in on a similar angle along where SSG has been playing. Sharpshot gets a read on this one, patiently waits for it, lines up William, manages to get the knock. Let's see if the rest of Adapt manages to roll through. Molotov's going to come out. That looks like that's a good lineup on top of it. Going to come just a touch short, not going to connect with William. The rest of Adapt trying to provide a touch of support as they go. Space Station Gaming looks like they're trying to get into a little bit more of a flank point, but Utility coming through, and look at the grenades just rolling down on top of them.
William will get flushed out by that grenade. Retaliative going to go down to the second one as Light Show and Richie B try to dance around inside the smokes. 300 SSG rather has not pushed any farther just yet. Meanwhile, Veritas going to run into 300. 300 going to pay the price. It looks like 300 actually ran into them, and they just got eaten alive here as Veritas do not lose anybody in the process. They've still got all 4 up.
I was hoping that that buggy would roll back. It'd be a reward for Veritas to maybe use later. But yeah, Adapt, you've got some problems now because a team that was busy in a fight now has vision on what's going on here. Not the best of vision. Richie B starting to get an idea on the fact of where all the threats are starting to approach from, getting a little bit more aggressive with it. But at the same time, Space Station Gaming getting a little bit more flanked positions around what's happening. Dignitas still caught up in this continual battle against Liberate right now. And we talked about the domino effect of what happened with gas cans making the drop on them. And you can see how it constantly feels like you're just trying to catch up to the circle again, as Honey Badger is going to lead the way a little bit. See if he manages to spot out anybody from Liberate. Does have somebody right up on top of him and has to play this very, very cautious.
Yeah, Dignitas, this is the fight that they wanted. This is on the western side. This is the only 2 teams really still left on that western side. So they'll trade out one. Poonage will go down. Protege hiding inside the smokes for the time being. Honey Badger can't spot out the shadow, so no shots will come through. Protege will get the heal off. Honey Badger doesn't even need to do it. Sparking will do the job for him. Jason's still off in the distance, but it looks like Liberate pretty much sewn up here. Dignitas only paying 1 for it.
Adapt to try to make the run right into No Cap's position. We've seen that they've managed to hold down a decent defense on it so far. Dignitas does have Jason that's to the north of what's going on right now, but I think that Adapt has managed to crash into a position that's close enough. Veritas now has to make some type of contemplation on how they're going to make their move. But WB now found an awkward spot as well. To the north, you can see it's going to be a ton of teams that could be rotating right up on top of each other, as there's a little bit of a jockeying position right along the edge of the zone itself.
Look at gas cans. Trying to make their way in from the eastern side. They've got SSG with the high ground, but no lines on them. I think Gas Cans had eyes on Oath, but Oath has since started making their way onto the north side where they've got the solo Dreams from last minute. The rest of the squad just off to the south trying to provide some support, but Dodge, Vegas, and Finna still taking shots over in that direction, as well as SSG.
Oath does manage to get into a halfway decent point right now. Finna is the odd man out for Dodge that has a little bit of an angle on what's going on, but doesn't want to have to hold down too much of this. So you can see the fact that with the covering and the hillside working together, Dodge is now starting to focus their attention back into where Jason is at, and I think he's trying to get into a safe point right now. We do have Gas Cans that is still just trying to approach into the same angle that we saw Space Station Gaming playing from a second ago. Oath now also gets vision on that approach, so manages to harass as they start to force their way up there. That's going to force Gas Cans to slow down a little bit. It looks like the play that they were wanting to make on top of Space Station Gaming has been stalled. Are they going to continue making the push onto this? They're starting to realize that maybe cresting that hillside might be a touch too dangerous. Back behind them, they actually have Veritas that's also doing a touch of harassment. WB, though, rolling through a pretty rough spot right next to United.
Oh, Wallbang going for the hard crash. United trying to pull off a 2-2 split here very late in the game, and so far it's working out okay. As Corsac, the recent pickup, gonna do some big damage. Dead is dead, and that is it for Wallbang. United surviving a scary moment there.
Corsac just held that down. He had support along the outside of it. Should be able to get the res back into Valley. It shouldn't be too big of a deal. So they do have themselves a control point to play that's down to the south of this. Dignitas got to be a little bit careful as they're still just trying to figure out their approach onto it. And last poor Jason also on that point. Gas Cans, though, now are starting to make their approach into this defended position that we've seen Space Station Gaming playing in. Good shots coming out from Nikos. Got to be careful.
Oh, no.
Got a teammate run in front of him. Adam's got to play that a little bit more cautiously as we move through that one. And Greg Shot's going to go ahead and start throwing out whatever he's got to try to do a little bit more of a breach. And doing a juke around the outside of this, realizing the fact that they still have control of the low ground positions, but it's going to be Raw that gets vision onto this. Now, Greg Shot has to kind of defend him up at the time. The rest of Gas Cans still on a little bit of a roaming situation. Oh, the Molotov coming in at a beautiful position. It's going to force him to step back just a little bit further. And I thought that that was right up on top of him. Space Station Gaming playing inside the smoke. I don't think that they're aware of Greg Shot's reposition. Lines up into one, gets the spray into it, lines up into the second one. Great plays coming out from the Gas Cans, but they do have two of their members down and have to be very cautious.
And here comes Oath. They hear this fight going on in the background, and they decide to come on up onto it. Kickstart did the scouting. The rest of the squad has decided to join in. Hikerman trying to make the push across. He's got to worry about that high ground being held for the time being. The res does come through on Nico, so Gas Cans back up to 3 strong, while Adam still leading out. But how long is it going to be until Oath gets involved here?
We got 22 seconds before the circle is going to come in,
Oh,
so they're
no.
getting involved now. Grenade toss is
Oh, my
beautiful
God.
coming out from Snakers. That's got to be two members of the gas cans already back down. Oldless, last one up for Space Station Gaming, has to play this very, very cautiously. Oath coming in with a beautiful third party and just mopping up the mess that Gas Cans was trying to create.
Just perfectly thrown, perfectly timed grenade, and he predicted where they would be in that smoke just as well as you possibly could. Oldless holding the staircase, just holding that angle while Greg Shot gets rezzed up here. Heikeman and Greg, a dangerous duo to have to contend with. And Oath does need to be careful about how they approach this. So you don't want to risk losing another one. You've already lost Relo in the process.
That's how Oath always wants to play. They're so good at understanding the risk-reward situations on what's going on around them. Moving into this point provides so much benefit. Oldless tries to go for a play, but Hikerman spots it out real quick. But those shots
Close.
are going to reveal position, and now Oath is going to move a little bit more aggressively. Now aware of where the firefight that they're going to try to take is going to be finalized at.
That was close. You saw how low Hikerman got taken there by Oldless. Gave as good a shot as you could hope for. Meanwhile, while all this is going on, BSO has crashed the same compound where Adapt is, in that same church area. So each one of these compounds now being held by a fairly strong team. And then you also have Veritas creeping around just off to the side there as Dignitas dealing with the last minute. The throwables coming out.
Has been jockeying for position for quite a while. Honey Badger is still just trying to open up the line. You did see that one of the members for Gas Cans did go down, but Gretschkott did manage to get away from the position that Oath was trying to hold down, but he could be running into Veritas at any given moment. Keep your eyes on what's going on for that. Dignitas still just trying to crest up this hillside, doesn't want to play it too quick. They're a little bit hesitant on where a third party could be coming from. So now maneuvering through this, they should be aware that Gas Cans is now down. This is going to open up more potential for it, but Shinboy goes down as well. Sparking now trying to get into an advanced position, lining up the hillside, but you can see it's just so many little hidey holes, and Last Minute is doing such a good job on using the terrain to their advantage.
Absolutely. And now Dignitas down to just one. Honey Badger going to keep peeking over here as E United didn't get a lot of damage in, but they forced Dignitas's hand. They had to play a little bit more aggressively than maybe they wanted to, but Honey Badger isn't scared. He'll go in there and he get the knock on the Fudge down to half HP. Zuki Boy, you get over there in time. Honey Badger's nothing left, and Dreams will be the one that does the damage.
United, though, steps up right back behind him, and Corsac yet again picking off a wounded player. Valiant on the outside of this one, trying to do a little bit more of a press from this, forcing Dreams into an awkward spot right now, and there is nowhere to go. E United now up to 6 kills and is going to have control of the north of this circle.
You know, you wondered how E United would be faring after the unexpected retirement, really, of Cherry. But this Corsac pickup looks to be absolutely wonderful. He has fit in fantastically, and he has been able to produce from the jump here. So E United 4 strong, north side looking fantastic.
The south side, though, not so fantastic
Not
for
so
a couple
much.
of teams. We've got Adapt that's got to make a move, BSO that's got to make a move, and No Cap right on the edge of the zone. Veritas, aware of the positioning on what's going on, is trying to make sure that they're defended up from anything that Oath's wanting to do. Oath is using this opportunity to get in a lot of just position right now with everything that's going on. BSO moving right into the wrong spot. Did not have a read on what was going on, and Adapt was right. Pick that up real quick. Lobes on the other side of that does get the down on the retaliative, though, so Adapt now has to play this a little bit more carefully. No Cap knows the fact that they have vision on what's going on the opposite side of this. Veritas does as well. Whoever manages to win this fight is going to have to instantly walk into another one. So that means you have to be very careful about how much damage you take and how many casualties your squad receives. Going for the spray inside of it, doesn't manage to connect, but they're just spraying at near on nothing. There's no vision inside of these smokes. Just trying to see if they can connect with anything. Light Show does go down, but look at how damaged Adapt is at the time. They're just trying to survive through this one, and BSO does go down, but there are still 2 more hurdles for Adapt after this.
The crazy thing about this is No Cap can't even come out here and capitalize off of this because it's all being overseen by Veritas and E United. So No Cap kind of stuck in this church position for the time being. We'll see if they can get the reses. Nope. Light Show will get immediately re-knocked and flushed out by Lobes. So Adapt now down to 2, but where do you go? Every move is being watched so carefully.
Feels like they're going to be going back to lobby in a second. Retaliative already gone down. That's a quick flush on the other side of it. Valiant says, nope, that one's mine. Richie B already been spotted out. The blue zone's right back behind him. know where to go. It's just a matter of, is he going to feed it over, or is he going to give it to the blue zone and Player Unknown himself? Player Unknown picks up a kill point for himself, and now we got to see Veritas lined up against No Cap's positioning, while Oath, again, just getting more and more control of this high ground and center circle to boot.
Yeah, Super was able to make a move to the hillside here, but the rest of No Cap still stayed in the church. I would have thought that maybe while Veritas was so focused in on finishing off what it was left of Adapt, that maybe No Cap could have used that opportunity to make their way up this hill a little bit, but so far Super the only one. It looks like they're going to hop into a vehicle and try to transport a few others. Meanwhile, Oath looks like they've caught sight of United. So really, it looks like Oath just in a position where they know where everyone is, and they're just trying to make sure that they don't get pushed.
Force everybody else to fight. Use the high ground to your advantage. It's going to be Veritas that they have to be very, very careful about, because Veritas could have an approach angle sneaking back behind this. So if Oath gets too caught up in watching what's going on with E United or No Cap, that could be the problem and give Veritas the pivotal moment to pounce. Now then, No Cap looks like they're trying to creep their way in here, and has managed to dodge a couple of lobe shots, but then stands out in the open, takes a touch of damage. But that's going to reveal position. E United already lined up as well, trying to make sure that they smother No Cap right up against the edge of the zone, and that will provide more firing opportunities for Veritas to try to take.
Oh, Lobes has been a problem this round. He has 5 kills already. Didn't get a chance to see what his deeps was, but it's got to be pretty high. He has been making that mini do work so far here. No Cap has not lost anybody just yet. But you can see, again, E United, Veritas. Veritas actually focusing all 3 on this No Cap situation, not paying attention to Oath at all, which should be okay for now. But you can see they're still outside of the circle, so they're going to have to find a way in.
Everybody's fighting for these little divots along the hillside, and that's allowing Oath just to have complete control and be kings of the hill at the time. Veritas, they have to figure out how they're going to make the approach. No Cap's already repositioned around, and they don't want to make too big of a play into a no man's land and reveal themselves. Now they're starting to eye a little bit further into the north, but that's going to be another position that Oath already has control of. No Cap, though, is creeping closer and closer into E United's position point. It's going to be Super right up on top of Valiant at this point. Balefrost for Oath, trying to line up and see if he manages to spot anything that's going on, but it's actually going to be a pickoff coming up from the side where Super is going to go down and get near on instantly flushed. Danny G is going to get spotted as well, and that's going to be another pickup coming up from Oath. Everybody's trying to avoid the hilltop, and instead they're now too close to each other, and all 3 other teams except for Oath are now in contentious distance from each other.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was worried about with this Veritas push, that they devoted so much attention down towards No Cap. And there you go, JR Head going to go down as well. Lobe's now the last one up. And they didn't leave anybody up at the top to make sure that Oath didn't do exactly this. What they did, Snakers will finish them off. And there goes Veritas. And Oath now has a lot of circle space.
They have so much control of everything that's going on. They're just herding everybody into each other and forcing them to fight, and then picking up the remains. This is how they find their victories. This is how they find a constant level of success. They know the control points, and they force everyone else to fight. With this, E United, I think, is starting to get a read on what's going on, realizing instead that they have to force their way up the hillside and just has to hope that No Cap doesn't lean too far into it. Minox steps around the long point, and yet again, it's going to be Los that finds the angle for it. Really, at this point, though, it feels like E United and No Cap are just too close to get the separation that they need to contest up against Oath.
It's pretty much a done deal at this point. I mean, Monty is on the edge of circle. The only thing he's got to defend himself is a Bolty, which unfortunately not that great when you've got all of United kind of looking down on you. Oath as well. The only thing Monty can really hope for is that Oath gets involved in this a little bit earlier, but they have no real reason to. They can just kind of sit and wait this one out. I mean, as we said, they've got Dot, they've got everything, and they've got a vision on Monty as well as Balefrost will clean that up. Now it's down to the 3v4. Can Oath get another win?
So to give you guys an idea on what the setup is right now, sure, it's a 3v4, but Oath is significantly closer to the very last ending dot on the circle. 33 seconds, everything's going to condense down, but you can see Los and the rest of the team aware of Oath's positioning. They're trying to find ways to navigate through this. They know that they're going to have to move first. So instead, trying to position on points to find out if maybe they can find a weak point of approach, but it feels like Oath has a read on what's going on every single angle. Taking the shots onto this, it's going to be Kickstart very far into the north. That's not going to have an angle on what's going on, and it feels like E United might be trying to breach this. They're finding a way to separate out Balefrost and Snakers both, but Snakers is content to make a move towards the circle itself and just get control of that finalized dot. E United has all pressure on them to try to hunt down the remnants of Oath at the time, and every single time they make a move, they're not managing to find them.
have managed to get this little high ground spot right here, though. Kickstart, while he might not be able to get vision on E United, he has perfect vision onto both of his teammates, so he can cover them as they move around and reposition and feed over that information to his teammates about where E United might be peaking. Not much utility left in the bag, I would think, for either of these teams. Kickstart, there you go. He's going to find a couple of heads peeking up over the top, do a little bit of damage. No knocks just yet, though.
Comes all the pressure point. You can see Balefrost moving forward, trying to get into a little bit more of a hazard, dangerous, close position into E United. One member's already down. Quick pop off, and that means that Balefrost is going to go down. There was a quick exchange back into this. Snakers and Kickstart realizing the fact that they're a little bit vulnerable. Snakers right up in the thick of everything. Valiant and Los on the other side of this, walking into the 2v2 situation, but that's got to be Kickstart going down. Now just Snakers in control of the final dot right now, has to fight against two members of E United, trying to force his way through. He does have a rock for cover, but has to be very, very cautious of throwables. Not quite cooked well enough to do the damage to take down Snakers, so instead, it's a little bit of a dance around this rock at the time. How are E United going to play this? You can see Los has an idea on how it's going. Snakers instead taking all of the authority into his own hands, trying to find an angle to play from, realizing the problems around him. Gets spotted out, but it's going to be E United that spots it out. The downed member providing the information for the rest of the team to pounce.
Oh, you almost wish you would have taken out that down guy before you left the rock, before you tried to make the push. Oh, super unfortunate there for that final push. But what a great performance there by E United. That was a hard-fought win, playing from that northern side. That's going to be their second as well.
I mean, they had so many things that were working against them. We talked about it. They were in a thick of a lot of fights moving into that position and fought step by step to get into that point. Oath leaned into control over circle, and it was the firepower coming from E United to get the very needed downs at the time to allow more movement, more cover, and a little bit of a misplay by not remembering there was a downed member from E United right beside Oath.
I mean, it was honestly, I think you can mark it all back to that beautiful push from E United from that that little shanty compound down on the side of the road to come up in third party onto Dignitas while they were involved in their fight, and they just cleaned it up, and they end up taking that whole kind of northwestern side. That was a fantastic call, and ended up being the game-winning call for them.
Well, I know there's a lot of E United fans that are going to be very, very happy, and Oath not managing to take a chicken dinner right now. Going to make a couple of other teams pretty happy as well. Kill counts, though, are going to be favorable for both teams. We got to do some math, figure out what's going on with the leaderboard. We're going to take a quick break, but remember, we got plenty of games to go. We will see you in just a minute.
Corsac!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We got plenty more PUBG action to go through, and the first one was definitely interesting. It showcases a lot of what we were leaning into expecting to happen today, from not necessarily hot drops, but pretty much hot drops, to tactical endings galore. I mean, there's so much to break down inside this one. 12 kills, Oro. 12 kills for E United. This was a big game for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And another thing that was kind of weird about it is it's a circle that we've seen quite a bit as far as like the Southwest circles go. But given the plane and kind of given where everybody was dropping, the way it played out was a lot different than I think we have seen in the past. Like usually we see a lot more teams kind of over on that Western side, but it didn't really end up being that way. And I think that kind of also attributed to E United uh, being able to get that win. They did have to hold against the compound crash from Wallbang, which was a really really well done hold, but that was about it in that kind of Valley 2-2 split that they were doing, which I gotta say I thought it was a little bit dangerous. It ended up paying off in the end, but it's not often that you get to see a 2-2 split being held down in those compounds that doesn't end up taking some kind of loss there. So really really well done by United.
I gotta say, I'm really impressed by Corsac, man. Corsac has been showing
He's been
up.
looking great,
Like,
man.
Los and Valley 8 Waldo, we love these guys. They've been around for forever as well, and I mean, we love to
Absolutely.
talk about how great they're doing. Corsac's kind of the new guy on the field for them, and he's been performing really, really well. And I just can't wait to see more from this guy. Like, I feel like
For sure.
he's just now stepping into this, and he's got so much more that he can bring out.
Well, you never know what that additional you never know what that additional ingredient of having that new player come into your existing roster is going to do to that existing roster, right? So E United's biggest issue for the longest time has just been consistency. Like all of those guys are really, really good players, and when they're popping, I mean, they are one of the best teams in North America, but it's just having that consistency, right? It's just there's too many lows to go along with the highs. But now with that addition of Corsac, it seems like they're starting to kind of get the wheel rolling here, and things are starting to go their way. So I'm excited to see what this United team can start putting together here.
Also, I was fairly impressed with Veritas. You can see they pumped out a ton of damage based off of positioning, and they were aware of where they needed to play from, and they did a very good job on controlling the sector that they had
Mm,
kind of to contest against for the longest time. It's just they didn't get the cleanest sight lines on the fights that they needed to take to
yeah.
really move into a more, I guess, beneficial in-game position. Once No Cap managed to sneak by them, they knew the fact that they couldn't go to West, and then they had to contest against a high ground oath, and it just didn't go in their favor.
Yeah, it was a rough spot to be in for sure. I mean, they sent they had originally sent two, it looked like, to go and try to see if they could get an angle onto the No Cap boys. But then when it turned into all three, that just kind of allowed Oath, who was very carefully watching them, to just flex out and take away the and backfill essentially, and just kind of force Veritas out into the circle. So it was just kind of unfortunate stuff for them. But it was still good to see them get three up into that late game, and Lobes is looking pretty good to start things off here.
Dignitas also surviving long enough to get kills is going to be pivotal looking forward, as every single kill that they manage to pick up is just going to maybe make it a little bit easier for them to hold into last chance qualifiers,
Gotta get that
especially
win,
whenever we see
man.
teams like United managing to pick up a chicken dinner as well. So we finally have
True.
a team with two chicken dinners, Poro. It just
We
was
do.
like 3-1 so far now. So look, we're finally getting a little bit of like variance.
I know. I love a good little bit of variance. Speaking of variance, a nice little variance in the plane. Maybe we won't be going to the south. God, please bless. Fingers crossed. Maybe we don't
Capo
go to the
Military
south
game. Let's
this
go.
time.
Pa-pa.
Oh my god. But no, yeah, you're right though. I mean, Dignitas being able to get kills, and this I touched on this the other day, was that I think that a while ago in ESL, it felt like Dignitas had their play style that they were playing, where they, run and gun, try to get the kills, and hope that the wins will come. And they kind of went away from that after they didn't get wins for a while. But now I feel like they're back to that, and they've got
They need to get away from
right on
dodge.
top of them. Yeah, I'm actually curious. I wonder if they think that's gas cans.
I don't. It looks like they're trying to force their way out a little bit further, but Dodge is still trying to contest up against this. Gas cans are really far in the north, around Junkyard, which is very common in a plane path like this, where we can see that being in circle very regularly.
Mhm.
Um, we do see that Dignitas is going to be forced down to the south. So I feel like this is just grab cars and go somewhere else and loot again for a second time. And wow, that was a lot more of a Western circle than I was expecting, given the plane path.
Okay. I mean, we'll take it. We'll take this. I mean, it's at least a little bit different here. Is see Shimboy actually taking some damage from dodge as he falls through the air. That's always a bad feeling, man. Like, bro, I can't do anything. Why are you shooting me?
What does
Cool.
it say about how many southern plane paths and how many southern circles that we've gotten whenever we're like, oh God, a circle that has a center point in like San Martin, we're happy with it. This is a center circle. When was the
It's
last
the
time
northern
either one of
circle,
us were
essentially.
happy about a center circle, man?
I don't know. I don't know. Well, I mean, I tell you, I think a lot of these teams will be really happy about it. I mean, it's 100% playable, really. It's kind of around San Martin water treatment area. I mean, these are circles these guys know how to play in their sleep. So, and not only that, they know how all these other teams tend to play these circles as well. So, I would definitely expect a very slow early game. That being said, now that I've said it, they're probably going to just scrap from the word go. So who knows?
I do want to point out one last thing regarding the Dignitas situation that's going on, where they had to drop and grab vehicles. They're maneuvering around Puerto Periso, but you have to remember that's kind of where they were getting contested by gas cans earlier. So while they made a reposition, the reposition was clustered against Dodge, and now they're afraid to go a little bit further north because they're a little bit hesitant and gas cans could be around that location as well.
It's
Luckily for them,
psychological
gas
warfare,
cans isn't
man.
there. Yeah, gas cans isn't there, but that's exactly it, bro. It's just more and more mental damage. And let's be real, in PUBG, mental is so important for finding
Mhm.
victories because you can get in your own head. We often talk about the fact that like you assume that everybody's going to go north, so you rotate south, and then suddenly everybody's rotating south. These little mental things build up over time and can just make it so hard to stay in the game and feel like you can win a firefight.
Yeah, I mean, you add on top of that, it's almost like the gas can's punking them a little bit. You know, it's when you kind of you fake pump punch. From now on, every drop, Dignitas has to take into consideration the fact that gas cans might drop on them. Whether or not gas cans does it at all, the fact that they've been shown that they're very willing to do it at once means that every game from this point on, Dignitas has to keep that in mind. So, I'm interested to see how it plays out.
That is 3 more days of having to have that in your head. That is rough to deal
Exactly.
with.
On
Dignitas
top of
moving
the
into
additional stress of having to get the win to try to qualify or to get into
Yeah.
groups at least.
Adapt is another team that I feel like is just continuing to grow, sitting right now on 1 chicken dinner, but 54 kills time. I don't know. It felt like on the first day they really were finding their groove, but since then we haven't quite seen the same, I guess, explosive nature to their firefights and the same level of confidence that we saw since then. They've been definitely trying to make the plays, but they haven't had as many big turnaround moments. And I don't know what the nature of what's going on in that is, but I want to see more coming out from Adapt, specifically off of day 1 of group stage. I thought that team was playing really, really well, and I want more of it, man.
They need to adapt.
They do.
That's
Hashtag
all
adapt.
it is. All it is. I mean, hey, they caught a win in 32 kills. I mean, they were looking fantastic, but yeah, I mean, I know Clover likes to talk a lot about the growth of these teams as you see them kind of spending more time together as a squad and getting more play time in. All these guys on Adapt have been around for forever, man. Like Richie B
I heard
was on
before you said forever. And I'm with you on that. They've been around for a bit.
They've been around for a long time. So I mean, you at a certain point, you wonder how much more growth you could possibly get out of a squad. But I think Adapt is one of those teams where when things kind of present themselves to them to have a good game, they know how to recognize that and they know how to feed off of it, right? So they're not going to get caught slipping, essentially.
They got a potential in front of them. Oath is rolling right up next to them. You can see the way that they're separated right now. They have to be a little bit careful. They've got 2 on 1 point for it. And with Oath trying to stop, get a little bit more scouting going on, really Adapt doesn't have the vision where they can pounce onto this just quite yet. Kickstart, and looks like I don't think that they're going to be content in that position. It's a awkward place to stop for Oath, as we know the fact that they tend to be a little bit more central centric in this type of position. And I like that Relo's trying to get a little bit more information, but if you're Oath, you're also a little bit
classic
nervous
Oath,
right
isn't
now
it?
because there's nobody shooting at this point, and it leads into a false sense of security.
I mean, this is a spot that Oath takes pretty consistently on circles like this. They love trying to get somebody on this high ground, trying to get into a position where they can gain some more information. But as you said, they don't seem to have any idea about these Adapt boys. And Richie B and Light Show starting to creep over, man.
If Relo falls and is stuck in that fall animation for just a half second, looks like they decided to unleash on top of him. Nowhere for Relo to go. So he's taken down low there. The rest of Oath now aware of the fact that they have a problem around them, at least off of 1 point. Now leaning into the cover point, you can see the fact that Adapt doesn't want to overstep too much. Weem did take a little bit of damage, so revealed position. Oath now aware of the fact that they are surrounded, so instead, just going to go ahead and get out of town. That's going to force them to move a little bit closer towards center. I don't think that Adapt has the firing line. Gravity could probably be the bigger problem for them.
Yeah, Adapt. Oath had a really easy line out of that, and I'm glad to see him take it. Honestly, like Oath tends to be sometimes an ego team where if they take a loss from a team that they think that they are better than, they might stick around and try to take that fight, but. You know, showing some good discipline here and just bailing out of that fight. So they didn't want it with Adapt.
Every single time I see like a car fall down off that into like those little dips off to the side of it, I don't know, it just amuses me. Brings a smile to my face. You just see the Murado tail end shoot up at like a 45-degree angle as it's going down.
It's always fun. It's always great.
I don't know if it's as good as the rolling Murados though.
No, nothing will ever be as good as the rolling. It's
except for rolling gliders. Rolling gliders are fun.
Or the rocket ship Murados, you know, where you hop in and this Murado just takes off into the sky. Remember Cherry Poppins having to deal with that one time, famously having to deal with that at PGC.
Popping up into the stratosphere, I think, was the joke. Yeah. Space Station Gaming getting a little bit harassed. I don't think it's too big of a problem just quite yet. They're pretty much to the west of all the action and the way it's going on. They do have BSO that's around them. Gravity's already repositioned around here. I believe it's ATC as well. ATC changed to this like peach color on white.
Actually,
it's so hard to see.
Got to point out real quick that a little play that not many people would notice, but that was kind of a big deal for SSG right there. They're trying to escape. BSO was kind of creeping down to that compound that Keenan and Roth were going to head to, but the other duo laid so much suppressive fire into BSO that it forced them back and basically kept that compound available for SSG to use. So nice little micro play on the part of SSG there to protect their teammates around that center of the circle. Dignitas looks like they're safely rolling in, but yeah, Icky's down. But unless Batty's got the greatest arm in the history of PUBG, I don't think he's can.
That's downhill off of a slope with the bounce. I don't think it's going to go the right way. Yeah.
Oh my god! Uncivil's got an arm, and he's just bodying these kids.
That's a surprise if you ever saw one. Civ's got to be feeling good about that one. Oath in a lot of trouble, and this is the problem. Whenever you manage to stack together a couple chicken dinners and other teams a little hungry at the time, once it's revealed that you're in a weakened position, a lot of teams are now starting to keep an eye on that dip. And right now it's just ATC and Gravity, but don't be surprised if you see a little bit more attention being thrown this way by both of those teams.
Batty wants that actually it's D-Rich, and yeah, he's gonna have to back on up. Gotta realize the situation that us were in. They were getting knocked by people that weren't you. So if these guys have an angle on Oath, they're probably gonna have an angle on you trying to get into grenade range. So D-Rich does manage to escape that, and Oath managing to stay alive, and they know that they are very much under the periscopes of ATC.
We've got an interesting situation with Zovrin being around Power Grid, and a lot of other teams that might be opting to make a move along those lines. Dodge coming into the west of it's going to be bumping into EU United as they make their roll through. WB as well as Liberate also coming in from the western points. Looks like Dignitas could also be approaching along this area as well. EU United do manage to get themselves a foothold position around here, which should provide a decent amount of vision, but do note that there's a lot of high ground points around it that makes it a little bit dangerous to stick your head out some of these open windows.
I haven't seen a good Power Grid circle in a while. They did have one that popped up in scrims the other day, and I remember right, I believe Dodge won that one, playing from the spot that Gravity is currently in, so I'll keep an eye on that. Dignitas has rolled in from the south side. They're going to hear all this shots coming from Dodge, from Liberate. Fortunately, Dodge not fully invested in the fight, so they can't afford to turn around and protect their backsides here.
Ooh, Liberate so close. Protege is right up next to him at this point. Gonna go and toss out a couple of grenades. This is providing a little bit more movement for Dignitas, so they just have to provide up against a dodge at the time. So this fight breaking out has now forced everybody on Liberate to contend up against WB's position. WB can't take any shots into what's going on around them either. So you can see that it's just a little bit of feelers right now to try to get Protege out of that point. And again, covering fire. I gotta say, Poro, you brought it up a second ago and we're seeing it again. I love the fact that we're seeing so much cover fire coming in to protect. Like, that's one of the things that in early days of PUBG, everybody was always trying to conserve their ammo to the utmost. I know different loot rules, doing different stuff like that, but it took a long time before we saw people finally start saying, no, I can just spray this direction and maybe draw some attention, maybe force somebody to duck. And Never was going to go ahead and duck back down behind that, but he didn't really want to. He was kind of forced to.
Lobes get another 100 damage, and Weem actually going to be the one that steals that one away. So Veritas get their plates robbed as Extreme tries to creep into the shack just off to the south of Power Grid. And ooh, Gravity almost landed some nice shots. Vox still alive, but he's not going to be able to join his teammate anytime soon. You can see Lobes and Ethan starting to creep over in this direction as well, but just more out of curiosity than anything. I don't think they really want to push it too much.
Well, the hills are alive with the sound of gunfire right now, as
Indeed.
it is almost every team down to the south. Okay, just to give you an idea, this southern hillside, Gas Cans, No Cap, Oath, ATC, BSO, United, Dignitas, SSG. Everybody else is along that southern hillside. The other ones have managed to find their own hillsides to work around, but Keenan better be careful. He's looking off into the distance, and he has some threats that are far closer than I think he realizes.
Yeah, I mean, look at the wide split from SSG,
Ooh.
but he's going to open it up. He's going to find the knock on the Sparking. Honey Badger will trade it back, though. It will get the flush as well. And it looks like this should be a safe res on the Sparking. The rest of SSG not really in a position to reciprocate the energy here from Dignitas. Sharp shot all by himself. If Dig figures this out, that might be
All of
SSG losing
SSG.
another one. Get him out of there. Yeah, hop in the
All of
vehicle, get on
SSG
out.
is separated out around here. Sharpshot's by his lonesome. We saw Roth that was playing on a different point, and now everybody is starting to run back into where Oldless is at, but the harassing fire is doing a ton of work. New circle has popped. Yet again, Gravity feeling good along the hillsides to the south, though it's about to suck.
It is not going to be great. It's not going to be great. SSG, they're fully focused in on Dignitas right now to save Sharpshot, but they've got to worry a little bit about Dodge creeping up on their backs as well from the south. We got Finna and Vegas have already made their way in. The other two still back in the compound, keeping an eye on Liberate. Liberate keeping an eye on them. You can see Finna has already spotted out the heads popping up and down. But, I mean, SSG, they've got Dodge right on top. They've got E United just below. This is a very tight window for SSG to work within.
I do want to point out that 300 has managed to creep into Power Grid itself, so Gravity did surrender a little bit of that section. A lot of people trying to make a play for that. Dodge has the angle into SSG, still trying to roll up the hillside. There's not a lot of good options, and
there it
Finna
is.
lines up the headshot onto Roth, but it's going to be WB Palix that manages to pick it up. Oldless, not a lot of options to work with, is just going to be looking for some type of dip. I don't imagine, is he going to send it straight into Power Grid? I think that he realizes he's by
He's
himself,
got
so
this dip.
maybe he can sneak away with it. Adapt on the other side looks like they're trying to approach in. Gravity just has too many different
nice.
teams from two different angles, but beautiful toss coming out from Batty and D-Rich.
And unfortunately, Gravity has, they've got Maddie and Icon that are kind of separated here. The rest of the squad looks like they are going to leave the compound and come and clean this up. They want to try to finish this as quickly as possible. Only one up left for Adapt, and that's going to be Retaliative. And it's a question now, which smoke is he hiding in? Which smoke do we throw the Molotov in? Apparently, they're going to throw him in every single one except the one that he's currently in. The Retaliative will survive, and Gravity doesn't look like they're too concerned with going and finishing him off. Meanwhile, Gas Can's going to run into SSG. They'll finish off. Sharp shot. But
Oh
Oldless
God,
still
is this
up.
really the way this is going to go? Gas Can walking back up behind Dignitas. This is just such a mental situation. Honey Badger has to be very careful. Already down to about half-life. Gas Can's starting to throw him down. And keep in mind, I'm just aware of what's going on. E United's aware of what's going on. That's just going to force more and more Gas Can's members to really focus in on where Dignitas
Hikerman.
is at. And Hikerman's just rolling through. They realized who the target is, and they're like, screw it. If we die, we're at least going to take you with us.
There it is. Done. Job done for Gas Cans. They can die immediately after this is all said and done. It's okay. You can see Adam still out in the blue. Hikerman making a run. Dodge hasn't and able to creep down far enough to get a line because Nikos is doing work from across the street with the high ground. Like Norcus, did they try to do? Oh, yeah, this was ATC trying to make their way across the street, and it did not work out. No cap will keep 2 alive.
As a gas cans has a new target. It feels like they've realized where Dodge is, and in a weakened position, I guess. Continue going after whoever you think has a chicken dinner in front of you. Hikerman now being spotted out in the blue at a later stage. It's going to be Vegas on the other side of it, realizing that he's got the vantage position from this. So Hikerman probably just going to go ahead and feed this one over. Nikos also out inside the blue, so it is just a matter of time. Gas cans accomplished their goal and seeing if maybe they can inflict some more casualties, but not going to happen. And pulls down the hill.
Gotta love ragdoll physics, but yeah, I mean, if you gas cans, if you once you get rid of Dig, Dodge will be the next candidate. So looks like they will go out fighting to them. Dodge has to make their way in. United has to leave their compound as well, but I'm more interested in what's going on in the northeast here. You got Oath, No Cap, ATC all trying to find a spot in.
Oh, LM, this is a dangerous approach. You can see that actually already making them play into this one. Dreams scouting out in the distance, not expecting somebody to be on the opposite side of his hill. Finally spots out one of them, but already aware of positioning. Shows positioning off of this. Looks like he's trying to flank around. Dreams might have an idea on what's going on. The rest of LM now being forced to kind of slow down. They've got the blue that's back behind them, so they can't wait too long. Justice already going to hop inside the vehicles, but really LM's got to realize, okay, do we commit to support or do we go somewhere else? Half the squad's going to the north, half of them is going to reinforce. I think it's just so that way they could get a caravan together. Adapt now has free reign to shoot into this. Justice taking a ton of damage, but it looks like they might be able to get through it. I mean, those trucks just take such a beating. LM managed to get away with that.
Oh, but they're running right into ATC. Marcelic, Uncivil still alive. Uncivil gonna find Zucky Boy. Marcelic just hops into the vehicle to make sure he doesn't get run over. He'll spot out Fudge though. That's gonna be 2 down. Uncivil still with the arm at play. Justice and Dreams still making their way in, but now Oath, No Cap also sending it into this area.
Everybody is rolling into this neighborhood, and ATC's got to move quick. Depends on if Oath opts in playing alongside of it. Spots it out. There we go. Marcel gets another down. Uncivil back behind this. Very aware of position coming through. He's going to go ahead and get a little bit of harassment coming in as well. Oath now playing off of that other point. One member for No Cap, Monty, still trying to roll his way through. He's going to try to go around the outside of this, but that might put him into ATC's sightlines. Got to be a little bit careful as we do have I guess an uneasy alliance to the south as everybody is getting harassed and decimated off to the east and to the north at the time. So starting to calm down, oddly enough, given the fact that we still have 40 people alive inside the circle.
Oof. Gravity. Finding a little bit of an angle here onto Oath. Oath, I think just listening, they heard that firefight going on. They wanted to see if they could maybe get something from it, but looks like they'll just avoid it for now. Monty, yeah, creeping in. He's got the blue on his back. I think he has realized the situation, and yeah, you can get into this circle safe and sound. Okay, so new circle pops are going to go hard south, and that's going to kind of make things interesting in terms of the things that you were just talking about, Matt. Everybody was kind of trading shots back and forth from their own little ridge lines, but only because they couldn't really push much forward without giving themselves or putting themselves directly in the line of sight of the next team over. But now there's no other option. They've got to go.
And Oldless's position, while being the last one up for his squad, is going to be very potentially contested. Whenever you just got to send it in, specifically the teams to the north, they might lean into that little bit of a dip. And so we're going to have a lot of action specifically in the north, all of it. I mean, you can just pretty much take the top 180 of the circle, and all of those teams are going to have to move. Adapt also making a little bit of a playback
nice
in a
grenades.
Veritas' position. Good tosses on both sides of it. It's going to be retaliative. Coming around the other side, going to be able to spot out potentially, but no, instead leans into the hillside. JR Head looks like he's maybe going for a touch of a play here, and going to go ahead and throw out a couple of flashbangs, see if they connect with anything. Not going to spot anything just quite yet. Has to lean away from it so he doesn't get blinded by himself, and doesn't spot out. There he is. Manages to see it and gets the connection for it.
JR Head almost. The quick flick, unfortunately, wasn't there. Danny G still alive, though. As Adapt doing a hell of a job pushing through. ATC does get taken out in the end by Gravity as they had to leave their little bowl. Dodge and E United on the western side are going to be scrapping it out. Wallbang has a compound just off to the south that may have vision on this. And now Oath and BSO, they're fighting on the north.
There are so many little fights that are going on. E United's trying to step away from this dodge fight because they do want to get the res back into Valiate. BSO already had a member that was inside of a vehicle while they were trying to get away from Oath's position, but the other members can't leave at the time. Winlow's already down. So based off of this, we also have the Adapt fight that's now breaking out with Veritas, which Money might also join into because he's coming in back behind that. The whole time all of this is going on, Gravity's capable of taking a couple of shots where 300 is in position as well. Dodge, realizing the fact that they're in a little bit more of a dangerous position, going to go ahead and cut it out, but Oath now starting to move forward, last member up kickstart, just trying to harass BSO, because remember, BSO does have themselves a chicken dinner. While not a high kill count, being able to move into a later game position with multiple members alive could be quite big for them.
Well, Finnis barely stays alive. Okay, Dodge still in it. We did see that Adapt does clear out Veritas. That sucks for Veritas. These things just keep happening to them. They manage to get all four to a late game spot, and then Adapt just comes up and rolls them. So that's not what you want to see if you're a Veritas fan. You still have Dodge in play that could move Dig down, and Liberate, Gravity, and Wallbang, all teams that don't have a win just yet.
All right, United looks like they're scouting out a little bit. Do note the fact that Los is to the north, and I think that he might have spotted what's going on with BSO. So feeding that information back into that. WB playing the position pretty close to United. They're kind of reinforcing each other, but with the circle now yet again going Power Grid's direction, that means firefights are going to have to continue with less and less cover, as now everybody's having to leave these hillsides that they found a little bit of safety in.
This is going to be an interesting one. This is one of those circles where you feel like Gravity in a really good position to win. They've got to tie a bow on this thing. Still 24 alive, 9 teams up though. United still's got a shot. They'll find Finna, and that'll be it for Dodge. But they do lose Corsac in the process, as Psycho Idiot's going to find a nice angle.
Very careful off of this. Every single time you take a shot at this stage, you have to assume a third and fourth party is going to be coming into effect very quickly. United cannot manage to find some way to advance through everything that's going on behind them. They've got WB that's continuing to harass. Los is feeding over information that BSO is over on that point. But luckily, it's going to be shots coming out from Batty-Lol to take down Matthew that might provide a little bit more opportunity for these guys to move. But you can see, they just can't manage to move forward at all. Another second, the blue zone's going to be coming in back behind them, and they're on the fat side, so they know that the blue zone's going to be coming in fast from their point, and they have got to move. WB opted just to sit there and continue to harass, so that means that these guys are going to be right next to each other the entirety of the way that they're moving into circle.
United still pushing into Wallbang. I guess they decided this is their best option for getting into the circle right now. Meanwhile, BSO, they do get 2 in, but Gravity doing a hell of a job to push out. They're going to clean that up. 6 kills now, and they have control of the north side.
I love this from Gravity. They had control over Power Grid, and they say, that's not what we want right now. Let's go ahead and get control of the trenches that are just to the west. Separated out away from that, and now realizing that a lot of people are going to be hunkered down. Nobody's going Power Grid because they're afraid. They're afraid that there's too many other teams already there, but really, it's just a couple of Adapt members and a couple of 300 members. Everything else is going off to the southwest. I'm sorry. So with this, now WB is going to have to make some type of move. Dead has to stay back behind. The rest of the team's now going ahead and hopping in a vehicle, but that's going to put them right in front of Liberate. Meanwhile, Gravity has their sights now set on E United, who's continuing to try to crawl their way forward.
2 big fights going on right now. Liberate going to lose 2. They're going to trade it back. Jason and Protege are the only 2 that are still up. Protege try to clear out the kill. I think they've spotted out Dead. I think he is trying to use that smoke as much as he can, but there you go. He's the last one, and Liberate cleans it up, but not without taking some heavy casualties. Fortunately for them, nobody in a position to really do anything about it. United, meanwhile, this is back on the north side. Gravity was spread out, trying to keep them from pushing into the circle. Valier gonna make a play.
Oh, he's trying to, but he does get dropped by Icon. Does he at least manage to get enough damage to allow the rest of the team to move forward? Waldo's trying to find an angle to work with, but he is going to get spotted out by Zovrin. Only 2 members now up for E United, still just trying to crest down below this hillside, see if maybe they can creep up. It's going to be Los on one side, but it might be opting into a res. I don't think they're going to be able to get Valiant, so Los pulls back.
Backing off.
And now they are inside the safe zone, but man, E United is not comfortably inside the safe zone by any means. The new circle is going to pop and move further and further out into this no man's land with just a little bit of Power Grid in play for really 300 and Adapt to fight over.
Yeah, and Gravity just fully backing off of this United fight, allowing them to get the res back up, so they're back up to 3 strong. They see the 3 making runs. Icon will hold the anchor spot here just in case United overpeaks over this ridge line. But Gravity giving United a little bit more space to work with than I think is comfortable. United going to turn their attention over towards Liberate, though, because that's looking like a target-rich environment.
Yeah, Liberate can't really manage to find some way to move forward. Vox from 300's holding down a different angle for them, and Liberate only needs to move forward probably about another, I would say, 15 to 20 meters to be able to be inside the safe zone. But roughly the same could be said for E United. There's just not a lot of cover to work from. Oddly enough, Space Station Gaming's Oldless is still alive and in a pretty comfortable position at the time as everybody else is having to fight around him. He's just hanging out in the shade of all the bullets that are going over his head at this point, as he's got himself a little bit of a dump truck just to hang out in. He's surrendered over the ditch or the trench, whatever you want to call it, over here to Gravity. And now it's a whole bunch of independent firefights. Most notably, it's going to be E United and Gravity, potentially Adapt and 300, and Liberate just trying to find some way to get inside the zone.
Cue all the SSG and the dumpster jokes as Icon. Here's the pitter-patter of little feet through the smokes right next to him. They have no idea that he's right here, but they will now. Corsac gets roasted. Icon picks up one. Can he pick up another? He's got two. United looking for him. He does some damage to Los, gets the knock, and now it's just Waldo. Gravity needs to capitalize off of this. You see D-Rich has the grenade in hand. Can he find the angle? Yeah, he can. Clean stuff from Gravity.
This
no,
has been
they spotted
harassing
him out.
Liberate as they're trying to make the. He actually took some shots into them, so he's trying to hold this together. There's a lot of throwables coming out that direction, but Gravity now also making the advance back into their old home of Power Grid. Gonna spot out Adapt. Light Show's gonna go down, and man, Gravity is just taking so much control over this. No team can move without their say-so.
How the hell is Oldest still alive? How did Liberate miss multiple mollies into the... Okay, finally. Thank you. Jesus.
Dude, threes are hard to hit, you know?
I guess so. Good Lord. All right, Liberate cleans it up. They have 4 strong, and they get the circle. That could be huge here, as Gravity will have to make their way down. But who is going to have to deal with 300? Right now, they are closest to Liberate if they can clean up William first.
Yeah, there's a spackling of teams just trying to survive, but most notably, Liberate still has 4 members up, and they are taking more and more control over the circle as the shift did go in their favor. Gravity now finding themselves in the reverse situation that they've been enjoying for so long. They have to be the one that's advancing into a defended position. Extreme trying to find the angle onto William, but he's doing a good job of using a little bit of the cover to his advantage. He's got the blue zone back behind him. He only has about 15 more seconds to try to make this work.
There we go.
But it's going to be Extreme with a beautiful angle into that one to connect in. Take him down with a headshot. So now down to just 3 teams. It is a 4v3-ish v2.
Well, they already find Sovereign. Liberate doing a good job of cleaning up here. You do have to be a little bit careful about the throwables. D-Rich and Batty Law have enough smokes to work around, and they've pushed 3, but they've left Protege to keep an eye on 300, which is exactly what they should be doing. Protege has spotted out Vox. He's going to throw the flashbangs to prevent the push for now. But you can guarantee Protege feeding this information over to the rest of the boys, saying, hey, there's still 2 in here. They may push at any time.
I love this. We've got a little bit of a calm that has settled in. It's all about information gathering and trying to make sure you make the right play. Gravity has a couple of cover pieces that they know that they can play for now, but they've got the little bit of a gate that's in front of them that's kind of close towards the center, but Liberate just has control over the center of the circle. It's just a matter of time until we get those last 10 seconds in. Then we have to wait for the last circle to start pushing everybody else together. Liberate does have 2 of their members very far to the north to see if maybe they can contain any counter movement that Gravity is going to do. But here is the issue. This is a 2v2 and a 2v2. It's 300 versus 2 members for Liberate, and it's Gravity versus 2 members from Liberate. So if we see this break out, this could actually be detrimental to Liberate as they are fairly separate away from each other.
Yeah, they do need to be really, really careful about how they play this. I think doing the 2-2 split going wide, they know exactly where these guys are. So they just need to make sure that they don't take that risk of either grouping up for a grenade or grouping up for an easy spray transfer. It doesn't matter. Vox will find D-Rich. Nice shots from there. Trade back onto Extreme. That's great news for Liberate right now. This thing is looking like a shoe-in. Vox still has the wall, still has the tanker to work behind. Dash has crept up, and I think Vox heard the footsteps, but he can't spot him out.
Let's be very, very careful. Really, you can see that it was Gravity and 300 doing Liberate's work for them. Trying to counter move around this. Here's the footsteps.
Uh-oh.
Good spray into one. Is he going to be able to spot out the second one? Goes for it.
Oh,
Does
no!
manage to connect. Box is managing to hold down his end of it. On the other side, Batty Lol here's the firefight and instead approaches into Box's position. Now, instead of taking the double up on the other side of it, Jason is down now at the same time. So this is a 1v1v1 based off of positioning. Batty Lol feels like he has the angle into where Box is trying to make the play for this one. Protege is just trying to crawl out, might be able to feed some information back over to Ice Tech, who's pretty close towards the center point. Now Batty's just trying to pick up the remnants of everything that's moving on around him. Doesn't manage to spout out Box, but it's all a game of footsteps.
Oh my God, the pressure's so big for all of these guys right now, and I can't think that it's got to be bigger for anybody than Ice Tech. Liberate had 4 men up. The win was almost assured. And now he's got to find it from behind. Ice Tech will get 1. Now it's Ice Tech versus Vox.
Vox is now stepped forward, aware of where the Ice Tech's trying to remaneuver around this. It's going to be Vox that does get a little bit of a tap into both of them. They have to be very careful. Coming in weak, but no! Ice Tech manages to hold it together. Ice in his blood, and Liberate walks away with a 7-kill victory.
Matt.
Woo. Woo.
That was almost a throw of epic proportions there from Liberate, but Ice Tech, as you said, ice water in his veins, cleans it up for the boys, and that's going to be another team. I think our 10th team now, 10th unique team with a win. So that is that's a big come up on the leaderboard for those Liberate boys.
I was so scared when I saw the 2v2 lineup and the way it was situated. And then we saw it starting to go south on, like, it started going south in the south for Liberate. So they tried to hold it together there. And looks like I might be getting a little digitalized at the time. So,
yeah, you're a little pixely.
So, I guess, guys,
Fine.
we're going to go ahead and
I
take
like
a quick
8-bit
break.
Matt.
I know, like 8-bit Matt's pretty good. Reminds me of the old days when I first started gaming. But we're going to take a quick break. Make me, I don't know, maybe 16 or 32-bit, maybe 64. We'll see you guys in just a second.
this be another knot to tie around my bed at night? I know I've lost the fight to erase your face, my
A 1v1v1 to end our last game, and it just feels like it's getting better as it goes, Poro. I mean, there was a lot on the table, but Gravity managed to hold it together in the end.
I mean, well, Liberate, yeah, but
Liberate,
yeah,
sorry,
Ice Tech. I mean, hey, honestly, it could have been Gravity. I mean, you talk about Liberate was in a perfect position to possibly throw that game. Well, Gravity kind of did. I mean, they had perfect position, fantastic position, playing from that power facility or water treatment for most of the game, and then towards the end, it was just, they lose one to E United. They just kind of get nickeled and dimed, and Liberate were able to spot out a couple in a bad spot. And it was tough. It was tough, man. But good to see Gravity getting 13 kills, doing what they could with a good spot. And even better to see Liberate. It's tough to clutch those out, man. But Ice Tech's got to be feeling fantastic right now.
I know that I believe Toffee is often talking about how great and how much he likes Ice Tech. So good performance coming out from
I
him.
love a player.
Batty Lowell, Icon putting in some work for team. Ice Tech coming in with 4 kills as well. A lot of different faces than what we saw inside the last round.
Yeah, and I think it's more of a result of a lot of the circles just kind of allowed all these teams that were hanging out on the south side that were able to stay alive for quite some time until the final shift that forced them into each other. All the teams
fair.
that were
Look at how
kind of
good. Look at how good Batty's picture is. This is not fair. He's even got he's got like a model head pose going on, man.
My man went to glamour shots and everything for this. Just look at all that hair too.
Okay, it's okay. That's it. Icon though. Icon looks like he's staring into my soul. It scares
me. He might be. Well, I'm interested to see. Like, look, man. Gravity, Liberate. These are teams that have not had the best tournament so far. Is this the turnaround? I don't know. I mean, they got a little bit of circle favor going their way, but even having a big game when the circle favors you is still kind of that thing that could get that snowball rolling, right? And just proving to yourself, hey, we do belong here. We do have a good shot. And for Liberate, I mean, that pushes them into at least last chance qualifier. Gravity right on the cusp right now, as TSM is in 14th place, and Gravity, Veritas, those guys could be making a run here. Obviously, still a lot more days to play, so TSM not out of the woods or in trouble by any means just yet.
Rough update: the gas can strategy is working. We didn't see. I think Dignitas managed to get 1 kill inside that last game, so finding a little bit of secondary support coming in with their, I guess, Hail Mary sacrifice to make sure that they take them down. E United, though, did manage to string together a couple more kills, making their present position with the only team with 2 chicken dinners a little bit more comfortable in case somebody else manages to crest up and get a second one as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be making you a little bit nervous if you're a Dig fan, because you're seeing teams like Dodge and Gravity and Veritas making it to the late game right now and putting themselves in position to win. So, I mean, if these teams manage to get a W on the board and push Dignitas down even further while Dignitas is being essentially hunted, that's going to make things real complicated.
Well, now it's time to find out if the hunt continues. The plane is up in the air. Let's see, a little bit of a reverse situation coming in from in that trailer park area. Yeah, I know, I still want a trailer park game. Give it to me. And then coming in just to the south of Puerto Rico. I mean, God, am I like the only person that's just like, I want to see that section of the map because we never see it? I want to see Oasis. I want to see Campo Militar. We always see the south in very crazy circles. Why can't we see the north in crazy circles too?
I love Oasis. I still haven't seen an Alcantara trailer park. Nothing.
I haven't either.
That
I don't think that
extreme
competitive play anything we've ever seen there.
Yeah, I mean, I do a lot of both of those, and I don't think I've ever seen one go that far. I mean, usually if it's going up there, it ends up going to La Cobra area and or the Crater Field, but never seen one go that far west.
Speaking of trailer park, Dignitas decided to make a massive change in strategy, and there is actually pretty decent loot up there. I wouldn't call it great, but it's stable enough for you to get prepared and take a team.
Well, look what would have happened if they would have dropped in Puerto.
Look, Greg shot is still up in the air. They're hunting. They are literally hunting and looking around. And hey, it's to the south
Oh, why
again.
not?
Yay.
Oh, fantastic. Very exciting. Very exciting circle. Super exciting. See, Danny G's so pumped about it, he's shooting at parachutes.
I get excited. I mean, I always want to see that happen too. Guys, you know the circle. NPL circle. I have probably explained the terrain around the circle
You're not used to this.
300 times at this point. You guys should know.
I think everybody should be used to this. If you're used to hanging out with us and watching comp play, this
Have you ever
this
watched
circle.
a day of North American play ever in the history of PUBG? Because you've probably seen the circle on that day.
Yeah. That's yep. That's definitely the way it is. But this plane. And look here, I am grasping at straws, all right? But this plane is going to make it a little bit more interesting, I think, than the last one we saw, just because of the fact that we've got so many more teams off to the north, and the fact that it's more centered up on that kind of Ladreia area, that I think a lot of the teams, instead of thinking that it might cut to Chuma, they're going to be saying, okay, yeah, this is 100% going the valley. This is going to go Ladreia area. So let's take those spots early. We might see that western side of the road get a little bit more occupied than it was. I think only 2 teams went to that western side in the first game. So it should play out a lot differently this time around.
We also do have a lot of the dead zone coming in from the wall to the west. So yeah, Valiate really wants to park his car in here, and it has not been going well. I thought for a second maybe he just didn't want to run over the can for whatever reason, and he just gives up. He's like, screw it, it's just there. It's a
Like,
part
whatever.
of the defense now, right?
My back tire gets shot out, whatever. We'll deal with it.
I'm more worried, can he even get it back out? I mean, he's about to have to Uber a teammate to come pick him up.
Oh, you can definitely get it back out. That shouldn't be a problem.
It looks like he's having a little bit of trouble readjusting it back out as well.
It's the hoping that nobody shoots your back tires out. That's the problem.
Look,
well, either way, Waldo's coming over just in
you
case.
You don't pick up Valiate for his driving skills, okay, guys? he brings a lot more to the table than that.
Yeah. We still love you, Valiant.
Dude, I'm so happy with Valiant.
Even if we don't have you behind the wheel.
Oh, hey, look,
Okay.
everybody's going center around drill. Who would have guessed giving this? Again, really the big questions I am leaning into, are we going to see anybody maybe camp up around the Novo entrance? It looks like Gravity might have some vision on that, making ATC's approach a bit more difficult. We haven't seen anybody go for that southeastern compound, that little warehouse that you can see that's going to be just below, I guess, take a box below the U and the E in that southeastern area. That's where we see a lot of people like to play and get control of. Nobody's managed to get that just quite yet, but my God, there are a ton of teams to the east and to the north that are going to have some significant problems. But hey, Dignitas's counterplay around Trailer Park is going to make it to where they have an easy rotation, where they're probably not going to have to worry about anybody holding that specific entranceway.
Yeah. Well, it looks like their path in has been pretty free and clear so far. They do have no cap and dodge over there, but interesting. I'm kind of looking around that church just to the south of Ladreia that we saw. Yeah, that one right there where BSO is. BSO sent 2 very, very early to take that spot, but No Cap has been kind of eyeballing that from the western side. No Cap was the one that took it last game, and they also have SSG off to the north. With BSO, they're still waiting on the other 2 to get there. So curious to see if No Cap has read whether or not that BSO is down there, and if not, they might try to go for a crash. We'll see. But meanwhile, Dodge has the high ground. They're going to see ATC just kind of making their way below, take a few shots in the meantime. Looks like everything should be okay, but wait a minute.
Finna has some goals right now. We can see the rest of Dodge is now coming down through. I think that Melon has a read on this. He's got to play this pretty carefully. The rest of Dodge are like, hey, look, we kind of want to have this whole area as options for ourselves. The issue with it is ATC has already managed to kind of fortify up.
Oh, look at Uncivil.
Civ is going to be able to feed him a little bit of information. Taking the shots into him is at least going to open up a couple more paths and opportunities for Dodge to work with. But you can see a little bit of hesitation, because now taking these shots is going to reveal them from multiple angles, and they don't want to commit too much and risk losing multiple members on their approach.
Yeah, that was kind of Vegas versus Civ with the high ground there. Vegas had free reign, and now Lamp will spot out Marcelic. A little bit of a damage trade there.
I love
ATC,
that.
I think, has read pretty much where everybody is here, but they are very much pinched.
That was great
Oh,
use of the
no.
terrain there to kind of creep up and get above the wall and be able to throw that Molotov into position and really force ATC a little bit further back. This is an interesting lineup. I feel like ATC feels like they're going to be crashed or run up on any given second, so they're moving into a little bit more of that high inside area inside those warehouses, which you only do if you're expecting somebody to be right up on top of you and walking in.
Absolutely. And Dodge, their options on how they want to approach this kind of being limited right now by SSG, just kind of off to the southeast. You can see those yellow boxes. They all have vision down onto this. So Finna and the boys can't really come in to this from the roadside, and that's really how many entrances are there into this place that you can kind of spot out. ATC's got to protect all of them. Dodge just has to push one.
Well, that's the problem is Dodge doesn't know which one is the way to go through. It's like one of those Japanese game shows where you're trying to dive through the right wall. That way you can keep going forward. No! The hesitation coming out from Dodge is going to cost them. Marslick has a good idea of what's going on, hits the headshot onto Lamp a lot. Now Dodge being a little bit
Good
more
mollies.
wary, and this is a problem. The longer that this goes on, the bigger the problem coming out from that. And was that an air burst right up on top of Lamp a lot?
I think they had it kind of right nearby. The mollies were to prevent the push to come out for the flush, and they did their job. But unfortunately, the grenade going to be enough to finish off young Lamp. Vegas looks like he has left his high ground position to come and join the rest of the boys. He took a little bit of damage from SSG in the process, though. So ATC, they are hunkered down. They say just come and get it, come and take it. Got their Gadsden flags flying.
Drew Liberate is coming in from the north, or from the south, might be a little bit of a problem, but any trolls in chat realizing that they now have the momentum inside the fight. Dodge is trying to get away. Problem comes into play that they do have that compound just on the outside of this, but they've kind of kicked the hornet's nest now, and the fact that it's a matter of how much does ATC want to like let this go and how much of the other teams around, because there's still continual harassment coming out from Uncivil.
Yes, Civ still taking shots down. SSG still taking shots down. They do get the reposition. They should be able to share this compound fairly easily. Finna will spot out some of the SSG boys, take a few shots in and make sure that they stay honest. Keep their heads back down as we check in with
Sparky?
Big. Well,
Well, the rest of Big is already
Sparky's with the
defended
rest of the boys. Shinboy is a million miles away. Shinboy's like south of Pozo right now.
They sent a member down here really early, and I thought that was going to be the start of their rotation, but no. I guess maybe they're leaving somebody behind, and Shinboy's job is if the circle does go north. Luckily for them, Gaskins is coming to the south, but unlucky for them, there's not any other teams to the south between Dignitas and Gaskins. It's just going to be WB to the north of them. That's going to force them to continue to go south. So this is interesting.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is kind of turning into classic, what you would describe as classic Dignitas play, right? They love doing these big, wide splits just to take up a whole bunch of real estate, gain a whole bunch of information about what's going on and where. This one's going to pay off in their favor as the circle does cut down to the south, so it's only going to have to be Shinboy that makes it. They do know about the presence of No Cap. They know about the presence of Wallbang. So Shinboy, we'll see what route he decides to take in here, but things looking pretty good for Dignitas.
Yeah, not
Less
so good for a lot of other
SSG.
teams, though. Yeah, you can see that this is a little bit rough on several different accounts. EU United, Veritas rolling in next to each other. SSG is just sending it right in. It's a rotation of positions as Dodge is now going to have to contest against that point. Keenan looks like he's going to be heading up the hillside. But guess what? That's where No Cap is, so not a lot of options for that. The rest of the team's going to have to take a very off-road approach if they want to meet up with him. Back behind the train of cars coming through, SSG realizes they can't continue going forward. They have to turn around, but guess what? ATC position. Both is coming down.
Boy.
They have LM coming in back behind this. This is a big, big problem for. They don't have too many options to go with, and SSG is now just kind of scattered across the hillside.
Oh man, I feel like you can make the argument SSG may be jumping the gun a little bit on that rotation. They didn't have to move that quickly, and they end up kind of running into Dodge, as you said, and losing one to a seat swap, and now they're just in a really tough spot with No Cap above them and Dodge below. Gas cans have found a foothold, at least in the southern part here. They've left Adam back in Miramar to keep track of things, and he should be feeding that information that Veritas is on their way over. Meanwhile, Oath and Last Minute, well, they're waiting to the last minute to fight it out in Montenuevo with ATC overseeing things from down the road.
This is not for either one of these teams because ATC is just
It is
waiting
not.
for whoever is going to win this, and then they're going to be able to catch them as they try to make the rotation. This is outside the safe zone. The blue is already coming in. Nobody has an advantage inside of this fight at the time as everybody's a little bit scattered through what's going on. Civ, honestly, is in the best position for anything that could be happening inside of this firefight, and he is harassing both teams, most notably Oath, who's just trying to play along the smokes. Oath now has to commit into going into cover, but yet again, this is not inside the safe zone. So now it's just going to be bounced from cover to cover and leapfrog until you can get to the vehicles. But now you have to try to run out with a team back behind you and a team in front of you.
Yeah, I mean, the best news for ATC right now is the fact that they are free and clear to do that just because of the fact that SSG made that early rotation. Meanwhile, on the south side, Veritas, they're going to run into Adapt, and that's going to be JR Head finding the instant knock onto William. Grenade doesn't find any damage, but they know exactly where these guys are. Adapt, looks like for their part, going to be trying to pull back into the compounds, maybe a little bit more defensible.
I mean, with the position going on right now, it's a little bit scary for the Adapt guys, and they realize it. So creeping a little bit further away from that and just going to let Veritas have that position and have William as well. Richie B can get a high ground point on this, but is a little bit of afraid that somebody might be shooting at him from behind. Hasn't quite happened yet, but there is harassment coming in from several angles. Gas cans could have an approach, but do note, Corsac is kind of caught up in the thick of this. You can see him on the mini-map there, separated away from the rest of E United that's going to be to the west.
Yeah, so I like the split from both the United and Gas Cans, just kind of leaving one off in the distance just to figure out what's going on the other side of that mountain. Just to have that information, that intel. Ooh.
Yep, here's Oates running gun approach here. Well, actually just run, I guess, pedal to the metal, try to get away. Looks like they are going to be able to get around ATC, but by having to slow down and get away from ATC, guess what? LM now back on an angle, and it looks like Oath is pretty aware of that. I think they're trying to do a drive-by of their own back up against them. A couple of shots now coming towards them. Anything else, it could at least slow down LM to give a little bit more maneuverability space for Oath to work with.
So much room for Oath up in this this northwestern part of the circle. ATC, as you mentioned, does have that little bit of high ground that they can use and a little bit of an angle here. But I mean, they have just so much real estate that they can work with. Hikerman, like he took some big damage trying to get over to the rest of the boys. Adapt, meanwhile, the last three will hop in vehicles, make their way down the road. They could be running right into Wallbang here shortly after taking some damage from E United.
Yeah, this is a full send coming out from Adapt at the time. They're just going to go ahead and roll past one section of it, but have to be careful because WB's positioning at the time. Show is down. It's going to be Psycho Idiot that did manage to connecting shots into that. So it looks like they might be able to circle the wagons, stop, and maybe protect Show, and that might be the option. Given that little bit of a dip that he's in, they should be able to run over there. WB doesn't have the cleanest of angles. While this is going on, I do want to point out that LM is now running right in between Oath and ATC, and for the most part, with it, just Justice gone down so far, but there's about to be a second.
There goes Dreams.
The other two did manage to make
goes.
it past for now.
Yeah.
But guess
Yeah,
where
you
they're
got
rolling
Zookie
into?
Boy and Fudge.
They're rolling right into LB and potentially Adapt or No Cap. So
Oh,
not
actually, they
good.
find a compound. They're fine. They're fine. Everything's okay. This is fine. Veritas now has to do the same thing essentially. I'm sure they saw Adapt in the kill feed, knowing that going down the road maybe not the best idea. Oh, Danny lost a tire. Danny lost another tire. Danny is beaten, bruised, broken. Danny is down, and now Los HG gonna lay into Ethan here a little bit. Murata, the Torque will pick up and he'll try to get up the road. Loeb's gonna take a bunch of damage from Los, but not enough to get the knock. Maybe one more shot. JR Head. He said, "I'm screw this. I'm going to the wall." Los is on
what are you
fire,
doing
man.
to these guys? Veritas has just taken a chunk of damage. Just try to get to this point alone. And Los isn't done. He's just walking into a new position to continue to harass.
Yeah, he needs to be a little bit careful. I'm sure he is fully aware. Never mind.
Nope. Apparently Los has goals. Managed to get the down onto one. Oh, but there you go.
But
He said the fact that he needs to be
that's-
careful. Los doing
yeah.
Los things.
Yeah, that's the thing you worry about. And I mean, as long as he's in a position where he can't get flushed, it's fine. You know, he should be resable. Waldo's kind of right behind him. The new circle pops, and it does go just a little bit off to the north. So no cap, looking good. Last minute, the two that did make it in, they're looking real pretty. And then Oath still just hanging out on this north side. It's worked out so well for them so far.
Like, do they just carry around like circle magnets in their pants or something like that? Oath always seems to have an idea on how the circle's going to go, or the circle just seems to like.
I mean,
them
they've
a
been
lot.
playing edge.
They do.
They just keep coming in from the north. They're the last team that comes in from the north side on Miramar, and it's been working a treat. And I mean, they're even able to get a big spread right now to get a lot of you know, lines of sight and intel here. JR Head will take a few shots at a passing Adapt, but Adapt will get the compound. So despite things looking poor for them early, they still have 3 up, and now they've got a nice little spot to call home.
I think we got to be careful with the term compound from this point forward, because it feels like it's old,
Yeah,
dilapidated shacks. So please don't shoot between these 2 different boards and kill me.
Oh no! Oh dear!
Gravity is going to have to use gravity to their advantage. Tries to go down the hillside. One of them down, but another one's going to try to continue going forward. Icon rolling through, but you can see it's No Cap. It's Space Station Gaming. It's Dodge. It's just everybody along this point right now. Gravity at least managing to get into a little bit of a hidey hole to work with for now. Luckily, the high ground hills to the east are not inside the circle, so it makes it a little bit easier to survive in this awkward position.
Yeah, they did. They fared better than BSO did. As BSO, there you go. They lose everybody. They lost 2 to Dignitas. They lost a couple of SSG, Dodge. Everybody was shooting at them, but at least Gravity still alive. They got that going for them. Gas Cans also still alive, but they are right below E United, and look at what's below them. Liberate. This is just rock crawling at its finest right here. As Adam, Nikos, and Hikerman try to make their way through. 300. They're trying to do the same thing. Sending it right into Dignitas does not look like it's going to work out for them either, as I expect to see 300 eliminated here very, very shortly. And there
Gas
it is.
cans. Woo! That grenade goes just a little bit too far. Corsac holding that angle onto that one. Gas Cans using that little bit of a ridge to keep themselves alive. Dignitas very much appreciates the loot being delivered to them by 300, but doesn't have the capabilities to go get it just quite yet. Liberate's going to be coming in back behind this and could have a little bit of a firing line into Dignitas' position, but it's all just tooth and nail right now, as it's going to be E United up on top of Gas Cans, who are on top of Liberate and just slowly moving forward as everybody's a little bit nervous. Corsac, though, he has himself a plan, and he's going to bring a friend over there to work with. The problem with it is I don't know if he's aware of how many people are about to come up, and his plan is going to have to contend with.
Yeah, they're going to... I like the position if they can keep the cover, if they can keep safe here, but like you said, I mean, you got Nikos already creeping over there, but Liberate right up on the backside as well, but Nikos spots him. What a flick there, and now Hikerman will get traded back. Nikos gets traded back as Liberate trying to see if they can go back to back, but no, Dignitas has the angle from the low side. Dash only one at full health here. Ice Tech still alive as well. Oh, Valley, it's going to spot him. Dash, the last hope here for Liberate.
This is just an absolute disaster for everybody along this hillside. E United is having casualties. Gas Cans taking a massive amount of casualties. Lib just trying to limp in. Veritas hearing what's going on, thinking maybe they can get to a position to play from. It's just battering the players trying to crawl in while Dignitas is trying to make some type of play off of it. Shinboy does go down, but it's going to be still a continual firing line coming out from Dignitas to force them just back and back further. You can see Waldo not even in a safe position, just based off of Veritas' positioning right up next to him. Adam realizes the fact that he is in a world of hurt as the circle is now further away from him, and there is a firm and steady Dignitas just waiting to pick off whoever's going to walk out of this position.
And you can see Veritas creeping up here as a duo. Last 2 left alive. JR Head and Ethan do spot out Waldo. Things fell apart so quickly for United on that thing, man. It's so unfortunate. He ended up getting picked apart by. It was just
so many people,
so populated on that southern side. And there you go. Adam actually going to find Ethan. It's the knock and the flush. He is well aware that Dash is below him, but Dash doesn't want any part of this. So Adam just kind of creeping around, keeping an eye on things before inevitably having to push into dig. Meanwhile, on the north side, ATC and Dodge going back and forth here. Dodge already cleaned up Gravity. ATC looking like they're next on the menu.
Oh, spots it out. And there we go. Dodge now gets control of the northeast edge. Still a little bit to work from. Oath still alive, harassing what's going on. Adapt and LM pretty close to each other. You can see Show now down. Retaliative having to be very careful as the two members for LM are just on the other side of this. Oath hears what's going on. Looks like they might want to participate as well, taking a couple of shots into it. Richie B is not in position to really reinforce too much. Now that Oath is now taking a point. WB is taking shots at him, and he might go down any given second. JR does manage to spot out Adam, and that's going to be the final for gas cans there. So now it's just a matter of going to be, I guess, Veritas and Liberate just trying to work their way through it. It's going to be Liberate that's going to be able to at least take a few more steps forward.
All this solo on solo violence. Well, Richie B actually able to get across the street and get to the rest of the boys. So Adapt 3 up inside that compound right next to Zucky Boy and Fudge. But as you said, Oath right on that border. They just keep creeping in. They don't go any farther than they have to. They hang out playing that edge and just kind of seeing where everything is in front of them. You can see Snaker's also creeping off to the east, but the problem for everybody here is Dig has this really nice high ground spot. SSG still off to the east on that low ground, but Dig has this ridge line, and we'll see if they can use it.
It's a little bit calm right now. It's just Dignitas and SSG taking shots at each other. The circle goes
Down
very
to
far
26 in
north.
phase 6.
Yeah, this is I don't know how much cover there's actually to play inside of the circle. Sparking, yeah, he does get spotted out, but he's got a present from heaven that might provide a little bit more cover for them to work with. SSG, though, I think might realize what's going on and could have an opportunity to work with. But it's going to be about Oath finding out if they can get the rest of their members around where Snakers is at, or what WB is going to do. As it looks like SSG is committing into the push into Dignitas as they were trying to get the res on Sparking.
Fortunately, they do get that res into Sparking. Poonage got an arm in hand. But oh, no dodge. Oh, Dodge has a wide open shot in the space station's backside. Roth going to get taken real low. SSG having to pull off of this, but Dig fully aware that they're down there. So this might be SSG just fully sandwiched in between two teams at the worst possible time.
There's a little bit of a ridge to play from right now, but luckily Dodge might be able to take shots at Dignitas first. So slowing it down just a little bit. Space Station Gaming is very close to the safe zone right now and really have to creep up just a little bit more. But Honey Badger has the angle onto that point. That's going to be Roth going down, trying to follow it up as the Fancy Feet are trying to keep him alive. But it's going to be Poonage on another angle to make sure to flush it out. It's a little bit more, but Space Station Gaming just getting weakened every single step of the way.
Rough stuff for SSG there. They only lose one so far, so Olis and Keenan still in it. Wallbang tries to make the run on foot. Yeah, you're going to need those smokes before the shots start coming out, unfortunately. As now Sparking and Honey Badger will combine to find Olis again as well. Keenan now the last one up. Dodge has turned their attention more towards No Cap, however, so Keenan might be able to stay alive for a little bit longer here as Dignitas continues to wrap on this ridge line.
Dignitas has control of the south, but by control of the south, they have this hill. Because other than that, if they move anywhere else, people are going to be able to shoot them. Adapt right along the zone could have a little bit of vision for them as well. No Cap do have themselves a compound to work with, but you can see that Dodge a little bit hesitant on this one, and I do like the fact that Keenan is playing this one slow. He realizes the fact that he's in the safe zone. Maybe Dodge will go to work or get involved in something, but knowing the fact that there is still a Space Station Gaming member that's back behind them, Dodge can't commit to too much more than what they're doing right now, which is just kind of holding out right on the edge of the zone.
And you can see your little Dorito for Hello Senpai looking down in that area as well. And in Vegas, I think they were just checking windows, seeing what's going on, seeing if they can maybe get an opening knock or something to make the push a little bit easier. But yeah, Keenan knows.
Yeah, Keenan's like, he's like, no, I don't want it. I don't want it. Get it off me. I know the fact that they're coming for me at any given second. And yep, there it is. Yeah, it is. Just looking the wrong way. I mean, what are you going to do? There's two different angles to hold down. It was just a matter of time. But now Dignitas could find themselves in a decent opportunity to stop all of this gas cans mental that's going after them.
That circle makes things a little bit more complicated, though, because No Cap's compound's still in. But this ridgeline starts to push a little bit farther to the west, going to be more revealed to Oath and possibly Adapt with that low ground off to the west. So honestly, Oath is just chilling right now. I mean, they've got 4 up. They've got so much real estate to work with on the southern side. As long as they avoid the LOS of the No Cap compound and they keep eyes on Dig, they should be able to make it pretty easily into this late game. It's just to see what Adapt decides to do.
Shoot gas cans. The gas cans are already dead, guys. just, I guess it's sending a message of some type.
He was ready.
Increase those destruction numbers, because I know you love to bring those up as it goes, because Adapt, they don't have too many options right now. I mean, No Cap, Dodge, and Oath all have decent firing lines. It's really just a matter of who's going to move first between Adapt and Dignitas, and how is everybody going to line up to take down that first squad, and can maybe that other squad keep alive long enough for the other one to sneak in?
Yeah, Dodge approaching this very, very carefully. I don't know if they figured out if oh, that's the problem. There it is. Relo has the angle. He's got the knock and the flush instantly. Well done by him to clean that up quickly. Now Dodge all of a sudden down to 2. No Cap, pretty sure, should be aware that Dodge is busted. I don't know if they think it's a full 4-man or just the 2 behind him, but Manox, I think, had a little bit of vision on this. Should be able to figure out what's going on here.
We do have one member, Super, that is still alive for No Cap and playing in an off position right now and hasn't been able to make it inside the safe zone. I do like the fact that Dodge is aware of where their weakness points and advancement are and are trying to make sure that they cover those points as they move forward. As they're trying to make their push, though, they have to worry about hesitation from every single angle. They just lost one of their members to Oath off to one side of it. While this is going on, Kickstart's repositioned around it. Vegas now spots out what's going on. And while this fight is brewing, it's just opening up more opportunities for other teams. Super does go down. It's going to be a Hello Slip-By. That man just spotted out. And it now has to be very, very careful based off of his angle, trying to get a little bit more of a peek around. Minot's taking a touch of damage, but there we go. It's going to be a hold-up coming up. Everything that's going on. But on the other side of it, it's actually going to be Dignitas that gets in the firing shots to finish off what's going on.
And Oath tries to push on this, and fortunately for them, I think it was Adapt actually got the knock. So the third-party push coming in from Oath at the right time is, unfortunately, the brakes are pumped on it as Relo landed some nasty shots on the Adapt boys. They should be able to get this res onto Snake. It does not look like No Cap is leaving their compound. I don't think they realize exactly what's going on just yet.
So, Adapt has the circle. Everybody else has this one hillside. Feeling pretty good for Adapt, but they don't have a lot of cover to work with. You kind of saw what they were having to contend with earlier. They were just holding what they've got. They do have vision on a lot of what's going on, but based off of the nature of the beast with the circle, there are a couple of maneuverability points that the other 3 teams can try to take. You can see the Dignitas is looking through. They can potentially deny a little bit of vision, but somebody is going to be spotted on this approach, and it's just a matter of how much damage comes out. Punage, though, has himself a very strong toy to play with at the time, and seeing if maybe he can spot out on the approach. Oath, the first team to move into position, already down in that low ground point, waiting for No Cap to move. Now it's going to be on Dignitas. Can they manage to avoid Adapt, as it's going to be Adapt that looks straight in? Punage says, no, you don't look this direction. Now we get to make our rotation. Thank you. But it's going to be retaliative. Down on a different point, that spots out Honey Badger. Vehicle's going to go rolling off into the distance. It's only a matter of time before he goes down, trying to juke around, seeing maybe he can get enough time for his teammates to roll through. Retaliative has the angle to work with off of this. They just bail out, spot him, but there's so many firing lines. Sparking's the last one up. Does manage to take down Retaliative, so gets a little bit of cover point, but it's not going to last for long. The firing line now coming in. Oath getting control, also doing some damage into No Cap, as it's just going to be Addit that's coming in, and it's looking like it's going to be Oath versus Adapt for the end of this.
That Kickstart going and finishing off Addit. There you go. That's done and dusted. Balefrost did get spotted out, so now Oath in a little bit of a 2-2 split here, but Adapt, as you said, pinned down into this bowl. They do manage to get the res back onto Retaliative, and I think they have a pretty good idea of where everybody from Oath is, but how much utility does Oath still have? The center dot, you can see Oath can kind of afford to just wait this out, really. They've got some nice ridges that they can hide behind. Light Show has a little bit of utility left, but he has no clue where these boys are.
Let's be real. The way Oath plays takes so much freaking discipline, and you have to have concentration, be aware of everything that's happening around you. They know how to move through points like this. Adapt, though, already taking a reposition, sending Richie B off onto a flank point. Kickstart does manage to get control over the center point where everything's going to be ending at. Now it's just a matter of making sure you control the angles around you. Oath has the numbers advantage, has the circle as well. Light Show's just trying to spot out what's going on, feeding that information over, hoping that maybe they can stall out Richie B. On that side angle, does manage to connect onto Balefrost. That manages to equal it up just a little bit, but you can see the amount of damage that has been coming back to Reload goes down as well. Kickstart now finding himself in a little bit more of an awkward position, as it's going to be Snakers off to the other side of it, just trying to hold it together. Adapt came off with a beautiful day 1 performance, and it looks like they're starting to fall into form yet again. Can they manage to turn this on its head? Oath had every advantage moving into this fight, but a quick pick off, and it's going to be Kickstart coming alive at a big moment. now shifting us into a straight up 2v2 fight.
This is real tough. Richie had that beautiful side angle, and that paid off huge dividends as Kickstart gets wrapped on. Snaker's going to back him up, though. Retaliative goes down, and now Light shows the last one up, and he's got 1 HP. Snakers will finish it off.
Oath is just unstoppable when it comes to these late game fights. You can see that Adapt, they tried so hard, but man, Oath, they just know what they're doing. The end game is just always so delicately played from them, and it's always so well done.
I mean, it's a clinical almost. I mean, Oath has figured out how they want to play this format, how they want to play circles like this, and you can see it's just been playing out perfectly. They're keeping that edge play style. They're getting a ton of information. If anybody comes near them or their zone of influence, they destroy them. But they're not hunting fights. The one time that they did try to hunt a fight, it was actually Adapt that kind of saved them. Adapt got the knock onto Relo and made it so that Oath couldn't continue that push up into the compound. So Oath had to actually pull down, get that res, and pull back down low again. So, you know, the one time that Oath tried to do something aggressive and try to push into third party something, it's actually it worked out in their favor that they couldn't do it.
Well, guys, we still have more games to go, but we are going to take a quick break. Make sure you guys hop out, take the oath yourself, and we will be back in just one moment.
I know where we can go. I know where we can go. And it's all you and me. We'll kiss the sky goodnight. Just run away with me, darling. We'll get real lost. We'll get real lost again. Just run away with me, darling. We'll get real lost. We'll get real lost again. lost with me. Come get lost with me. Come get lost with me. Just run away with me, darling. We'll get real lost. We'll get real lost again. Just run away with me, darling. We'll get real lost. We'll get real lost again.
Now we move over towards Erangel with 2 more games to go for the day. There's been a running theme of a Dignitas gas cans vibe between the two of them, and Dignitas got close to a chicken dinner there, but just couldn't quite get it. We did get a little bit more of a finish off coming out from Oath, who now is sitting in a pretty good spot.
They, man, they have found a nose for the win, haven't they? Like, I mean, it seemed like they lost it for a little bit for like 1 or 2 tournaments, but man, they are back on their old S, just winning games.
They just have a read on how to handle this format. They know the fact of how to approach, they know what the goals are, and they have a system that is working time and time again. These guys know how to find a chicken dinner, and it's just continually paying off as they know. It feels like they always know what everybody else is about to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, and honestly, them getting a win, it's good news for Dig if Dig can't get it themselves. But you see your kill leaders for that match: Finnapunage, Retaliative, all with 5 Snakers, and JR Head back there again. Man, Veritas, you feel like they're on the precipice, man. You feel like they're about to be there.
I mean,
Just hadn't happened yet.
You just keep thinking it's gonna happen this game.
Same
They've
with
gotten
Dig.
into this point. They keep finding this point. Yeah, I know. I love this Dignitas roster. Like I was talking about it whenever it first formed, about the fact that it's kind of the beginning of the Americas region coming together and bringing in superstars, all things considered. Now it's just a matter of, can they find the opportunity? Also, adapt. Yet again, finding a good standout performance for themselves. Now sitting up at 72 kills.
That's nutty. For an open qualifiers team, that is absolutely nutty. So I'd love to see Adapt performing really well. I hope that they can continue to find these late games. It seems like they had a little bit of a struggle here for the last couple of days, but back on to what they were bringing in day one once again. So that's really good to see.
Yeah, with Oath now, though, it's going to be a little bit more pressure on everybody else. I mean, with Oath managing to eat more and more of these chicken dinners time and time again, it means all these teams that are sitting at 1, or presently none, looking at you, Dignitas, Dodge, No Cap, Gravity, even TSM, they're not playing today, so they don't necessarily count. It's stacking up and getting more dangerous every single second to try to secure one for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got no chicken dinners, if you can't get it, you're happy that somebody that's already gotten one gets another one. Basically, is where we're at. I mean, the worst thing that could happen is that you don't get one if you're Dignitas and Dodge picks one up, or Gravity picks one up, or Veritas, or anybody really is as that's going to push you down. But Dignitas, again, they have picked their style. They are living by the sword, and it is going to pay off eventually. But man, it has you gotta start feeling some pressure when you're down to, what are they, 7 games remaining, and they need to get a win.
And I mean, if you look at it, whenever 63 kills at this stage without a chicken dinner, and usually getting the chicken dinner is where you pick up a lot of your kills. These guys are performing, just not yet finding the chicken dinner for themselves. But let's go ahead and move into our second to last game of the day as the airplane is up in the air, and see if maybe we're going to continue seeing the spicy hot drop coming forward.
We are.
Or maybe there could be a little bit more opportunities coming out.
Well, you see, gas cans didn't drop military base.
True.
The Dig likes to drop around farm, likes to drop around Ferry Pier. Oh, Dig's gonna go Millie. They tried to outmaneuver him, and Gas picked them up.
Look at the read on this coming out. Now Dignitas has to be a little bit more careful, and we're going to get a military fight off the get-go, it looks like, because both teams are committing. This is the statement. I think that Dignitas is tired of just being harassed by gas cans and says, fine, you want to fight? We're going to fight, and we're going to take it to you.
I disagree. I think Dignitas expected gas cans to try to hot drop them somewhat. They waited, and gas cans just five-headed the hell out of them, and they didn't drop immediately. So so the Dignitas would think that military base was open. So Dignitas is like, well, shoot, let's go there then. Then instantly drop out of there. It's good stuff, but it's looking like Dig coming out with the better drop right off the bat. Nico's very, very low and stuck on the wall.
I mean, he's got a gatehouse for loot right now, and everybody on Dignitas knows that the information is being fed over. These guys are coming to play very quickly. Already positioning around, seeing if maybe they can defend up what's going on, leaving a couple of other members to try to get a little bit more loot. Do note, the circle has popped, and it is all the way to the north. Severny Center with a ton of water, so everybody knows this fight is a commitment. You either have to choose to get out now, or you just go for it at some point. You have to go ahead and make a run for the circle. The way everything's set up, though, WB Psycho Idiot, the only other team that is slightly close to what's going on right now is really, if you're a Liberate fan, you're feeling pretty good as they've got themselves a decent position to play from. But if you're a Gas Cans or Dignitas fan, you're a little nervous right now.
The only thing I was worried about was that Dignitas knows that they have Nico's kind of stuck out on the wall. I just don't want to see them overcommit to trying to kill him and putting themselves in a bad crossfire or bad position situation where Gas Cans can kind of spot him out. Nico's right now essentially just bait for all of Gas Cans. He can't really do anything. So you got to think the rest of Gas Cans maybe on the move to try to see if they can spot out somebody going for that kill. And it looks like Honey Badger's going to spot them in their rotation. So that's good news for Dig.
Repositioning away from this, and it looks like it's calming down just a little bit more. Deny any form of resources, get the vehicle, get it away from them, force them to commit going into the west, and then you can get some distance away from them if you opt into going into the east. Nikos does manage to get away with the situation as it goes, but near on, no loot for him. I mean, I don't even know what he picked up in there, if anything. So
I think he got a booster, and that's about it.
Well, I mean, at Half-Life, a booster could be important for you. You never know.
He was less than Half-Life, and now he's at Half-Life. He's gotten in the right spot. Okay, there you go, Honey Badger.
He had a read on what was going on, seeing if maybe something out of it, but no. Instead, the mind games are going to continue for both teams as we move forward. And Honey Badger, I don't know. It looks like he's got some goals in mind, saying the fact that we're a little bit tired of what's happening.
Well, think about it this way, okay? So Honey Badger has eyes on Gas Cans. He's looted up enough, right? The rest of Dignitas are going to loot up military base, keep doing what they're doing. Honey Badger, his job should be to keep track of Gas Cans to make sure he knows what bridge they're going to be at, so that he can say, okay, guys, instead of this is where they're at, they're trying to camp us, go to the eastern bridge. But the problem is Wallbang. Do they know about Wallbang being over there?
I don't even, we haven't seen too much come out from Wallbang in a firm attack position from these points. The question comes in more with the fact of the complete and utter lack of information and how much water is in the circle. Both of these teams are going to be rotating into near on no knowledge with limited actual safe positions to play from, where all the teams in front of them are going to have opportunities. It's going to force edge, which is fine to a certain degree, but I feel like a lot of teams are already going to make that same commitment.
Well, which one of those two teams do you think this favors more? I mean, this Gas Cans drops Military Island. They are used to this.
Well, the problem with it right now, I would say, is 300, who's playing the gas and everything else like that. That's just to the north of the bridge, and Show got spotted out and makes a little bit of a fancy move as he goes through, but the rest of Adapt is just going to continue going forward. Because Gas Cans, going back to that story, cannot move right now. I think that Greg Shot has spotted out what's going on with 300, and they know that the Western Bridge is not something that they can cross at this time. Honey Badger is actually in a position where he might be able to take some harassment shots, and I don't think that WB has a care in the world about what's going on inside of this.
Yeah, look, Gas Cans used to making these rotations from military for these long, far north circles, which is why they stopped to check out 300. But Malone. Oh no! Hi. Oh, Malone, you are my
here it comes, right up the butt.
Yep, give him the honky.
Oh,
and there he goes.
Holds him out in the distance.
Just yeet that ragdoll all the way off into the distance. Yep. But yeah, no, I mean, Gas Cans used to 300 taking their time and kind of sitting around in this position, so not going to be too terribly shocked. Honey Badger, I think his job is just to see where they're at, and I think he has done that. And I think he realizes Gas Cans on that western bridge, taking it slow. Rest of Dignitas going over to the east, not going to have to worry about Wallbang. They're already on the move, so no harm, no foul. We'll see what how this thing sets up for the next game.
Yeah, gas cans now get the bridge. 300 has made their move. Looks like WB is making their move as well, so that's going to open up both bridges for each one of these teams to take respectively. Looks like it's just going to be a west and east bridge between the two of them. Now the question comes into play: what the heck is going on inside of this circle? As we do have a little bit of the run by that was going on with Adapt to go ahead and get
Yes,
their
indeed.
position. You can see a couple of, I guess, drive-bys that are going on as some gangland violence as people are driving by shooting at each other at the time. But really, other than that, it's a little bit settled for this point. It's going to be these last couple of teams coming into the circle that are really going to be the X factors to influence what could be happening next.
Yeah, and that's where you start, wondering how used to these long rotations some of these guys are. Right, so you've got this circle's most likely going to cut north of the river, right? You do have space though to the south of the river where you can take your time, make that slow rotation, and be disciplined about it. Spot out where your next move is going to be made from. Do basically what Oath has been doing. And just kind of slow play it. SSG is already in the process of doing that right now. Dodge doing the same thing. They got 2 north of the river, 2 south of the river, just in case this does cut to the south. Likely not going to happen, but it's always a possibility.
Curious on where Oath is going to be going. No Lean does have 2 members of EU United inside of it at the time. We do know the fact that Oath likes to play a little bit more separated away from everything, but they can stop and playing right along the lake because there is that little bit of a dip to play from and scout out what's going on. And yep, you don't have to do much scouting whenever Los has already got to read on where you're at and it's going to tap you, so force you away just a little bit. That is going to neutralize a lot of movement options for Oath. Now stuck right in between EU United, the lake itself, and Stolberg, depending on how they want to go.
Yeah, I think they'll be all right. I think this is kind of what Oath typically does. They'll see if somebody's in no lean. If there is, they'll pull back away. They have the option. They've done it before where they go up to the top of Stallber and just kind of come down. Since it is on the edge, they can be pretty assured that it's going to be unoccupied. But they're taking their time with it and actually sending snakers down more towards the bridge. So this might be something new coming out of Oath here. Different way of playing this.
Yeah, they're stopping on the south part of the bridge, getting an idea on what's going on. So actually running a 2-1-1 spread across everything and how it's set up. See LM making their rotation right now. They've got the north pretty much in control around them. There is Adapt taking shots at BSO at range that they are hearing, so that should slow them down just a little bit. And they are going to have No Cap that is coming in back behind them, but just got to read on that, taking a couple of shots into them, and it's just going to be one after another. So it looks like No Cap is going to have to go ahead and send it pretty far north to get some distance away from them if they're wanting to continue their trek.
And meanwhile, I mean, ATC has a fantastic compound. You got to figure that they're having a great time having a circle like this in a lobby that doesn't have TSM just breathing down their necks all the time. So they get a little bit of real estate to work with. 300 just below them, as we see last minute, sending Justice off to the compound. Take a few. Yeah, Zucky Boy going to take a few shots at No Cap, and No Cap, they're just going to have to play the coast for the time being, it looks like.
SSG making a very northern rotation, as I don't think that there's anybody within about 500 to 600 meters of them, as they circled around Stolber and were the only team to opt to do so. The only other teams that are not inside the safe zone, wild guess, shouldn't come as hard. It's going to be Gas Cans and Dignitas, who Gas Cans are now moving to the east because I guess they're assuming that's how Dignitas is going to approach. And there is a chance that these two teams can bump into each other yet again.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Gas Cans, you went across that western bridge, you had the option about where you wanted to decide to try to go for the cross here to get to the north side. And the fact that they've cheated over to the east here kind of speaks volumes, doesn't it? I mean, the crossover from the western Everest side would have been probably fairly easy, but you can tell they're still creeping over here, thinking that I really do believe that they are trying to hunt down Dig here.
This rivalry that we've got going between these two teams right now, if Dignitas manages to make it into PCS this time, is going to be just contentious every step of the way. I don't think that Dignitas is going to forget this anytime soon. And so if they can manage to get into PCS, Gas Cans might have a little bit of a problem with some of their rotations in the near future. Speaking of problems, a slight one coming out for Space Station Gaming, but again, it's just Liberate, the only team that's close to them. Everybody else has kind of left Severny at this point. I think it's only just Winlow that's kind of hanging around the outside of it. So don't be too concerned for them.
Yeah, Severny's surprisingly empty, considering the circle here. BSO, as you said, Winlow, the only one in there, and you can see No Cap kind of hanging out on this northwestern side. I think they were the ones that were taking shots at BSO in passing. Meanwhile, last minute going to fall right on top of Adapt here at the shooting range. They've left Fudge on the southern side, but Justice Dreams will be taking a few shots over towards Rhett and William at the compound show, trying to hold down the shelter as well. Be a little bit greedy, but Circle 2, they should be okay.
Well, usually the risk in playing around this position is everybody playing the hillside and shooting down into it, but nobody is playing that point right now due to what's kind of been going on with the rotation. So it's allowing a little bit more maneuverability coming in around shooting range at this point. Right now we have ATC 300 and Dodge all playing the opposite side of it, no real vision onto it. So with this, last minute can make a little bit of an opportunity to work with. Should be noted, Dignitas does go through Yasnaya and one of their members are inside the circle, and it looks like Gascan is going to make an approach closer to Rajat. So no connection coming in from them just quite yet. Winlow, though, is kind of just roaming the hillside, looking for somewhere to go, and is going to bump into Gravity in just a second. While all this has been going on, United did rotate closer to the circle and also surrendered no lean to Oath.
I think Gascan's kind of caught sight of Wallbang on this other side of the circle and decided just to kind of avoid that fight for the time being. Dignitas, meanwhile, as you said, just a fairly clean entry point over into Yasnaya. United has repositioned and then given up no lean over to Oath. You can see BSO do reconnect and reconnoiter in shacks just to the south. This is dirty. That knock on the Justice is huge, and that's going to allow Show to make the push up, but it maybe took a little bit too long. Does it matter? No.
This grenade, if he cooks it right, this is good as gold. Gonna bounce right up under their feet. Nowhere to go. Two members down. LM. And again, that's just the maneuverability that they have at this time. Adapt has to be a little bit careful with this, but I mean, they've got pretty much whatever they want. The other two members, or the other member coming up from LM, Fudge, who is the closest, doesn't have sight line, and Dreams is like the only person on the side of the hill, but doesn't have clear sight line on this either. So fun, but not fun if you're Fudge.
Yeah, it's not the ideal setup for last minute on that one, unfortunately. But really well played by Show. Does end up getting both of those kills, maybe a little bit high risk, maybe lead with the grenade next time. I don't know.
I gotta say though, Show has been continually impressive. I know the fact that he's been around for a while, and at different times has gotten a little bit of heat for his play, but I think the fact that he is starting to come into his own, specifically all the members of Adapt, I feel are starting to become stronger day by day in their play style. And this is what you love to see, just a continual growth over the lifespan of PUBG, of players just continually getting better and showcasing what they can do.
You like that growth. As yeah, I mean, I gotta say, I've always been a huge Light Show fan. He's a really funny guy, great guy. But meanwhile, Wallbang, they have to send it across the river, and they're going to run right into Veritas. It's a 2-2 split from them. Lobes and Danny still over at the gas station. See if JR Head can get one. JR Head can get two. Is Veritas holding the fort admirably. Yabul.
JR Head, this guy is just absolutely nuts and coming up big. Dead, running around, trying to see if maybe he can get somewhere that isn't going to be spotted by JR at this point. But Ethan's going to be the guy that comes around, just tosses a Molotov into the thick of the smokes. See, Dead's going to go down. Viking Funeral to finish him out. Veritas has to dodge a couple grenades, but that is about it. And that was pretty clean. But here's the problem. Now they've got to make a move because they are not inside the safe zone, and Oath just moved into a gatekeeping position.
And Oath, I mean, they just read what was going on. They just pulled right in. They've been hanging out on the side over here. They've been knowing what's going on.
Circle up. It's not circle up. They just read the freaking map.
Well,
they know
not only that,
much.
they've been watching this. They've had eyes on this, so they know what to expect, what they're pushing into, and it's everything's kind of paying off for them right now. As it will go down to the grenade, but won't get hit by the molly, so that should be resable from Monty here. But SSG making the hard push. They don't want to waste any time getting in here.
That is just such a nerve-wracking push into that staircase. You never know which angle you're going to have to watch. No Cap finding a little bit of trouble as it goes. While this is also happening, there's a fight going on between Dignitas United with Liberate overseeing it. Give you an update as that goes. Monty's just trying to stay alive based off of this angle right now. Doing a good job of just buying a little bit more time. Has the read on the angle, but just a beautiful set of shots coming out from Raw.
Oh, big crashes everywhere. 300 and ATC were going at it, and they're going to be taken out as well as at it. Some reason is on single fire. What happened? Unfortunate there for the young at it, but he's got a nice grenade cooked and ready to go. Doesn't find anything with it. SSG regrouping.
I play this one so carefully. Notice in the distance, there's a little bit of cover. Tries to go for the angle onto this one. At it just takes too much damage. It's going to be Roth from the window. Now Minox, the last one up, has a left position and wants nothing about what's going on. Here is the mess that's been going on with E United and Dignitas crashing into the junkyard itself. You can see Punaj in a little bit of trouble. The last one up, just throwing out Molotov, seeing if he can flush out whatever's going on around him at the time.
Oh boy.
E United putting in some work. Punaj on fire, and that's going to be all she wrote. Dignitas just cannot find a break.
They really can't, man. And this is going to be one of those one of the few games really where you haven't seen them make it to the late game. So a really good hold there by E United, only losing Valiant in the process. They keep 3 up, but they've got to get on the move once again. And as you said, Liberate has just been kind of overseeing things from this warehouse area. They can kind of take their time with this and come in with the circle here. SSG in the south side of Severny. It looks like they're starting to make their move out. Gravity, obviously, in the best position here, Matt.
Look at how Oath is maneuvering into this to get information as they go. You can see Kickstart focusing in on a call out from a teammate. He's going to spot out a rotation through, jump into a vehicle, get a little bit more cover, and the aim! The absolute aim! You don't drive by Kickstart like that. That is not going to work out. That's going to force the rest of Veritas to just try to send it in, and now they'll have to contest with BSO. Say, JR had in a lot of trouble, but he's got himself a little bit of a dip to play for now and hoping that the vehicle is going to provide the cover. But do note, Reload, the rest of Oath now just getting more and more vision, more information, and now they're going to be able to move into more and more strong positions. Gas cans, though, do manage to benefit from their rotation outside of military bases. They do have ATC pretty close, but that's about it right now.
And Civil trying to get eyes on everybody. The rest of his squad slowly coming in with the blue as well. They've got Dodge just off to the east, but they're not looking over in this area. They've got to be more concerned about Oath, who's in vehicles, and they've got United that's wrapping right behind them as well. So Oath might find themselves base planting right into Dodge here as they're going to take a few shots. The rest of the boys, it looks like they're just going to hop in vehicles and get on the move once again.
Rolling through the angle off to the side of this, BSO, aware of the fact that they have some new friends, throw out a couple of blind grenades to see if they connect with anything. That roll could come pretty close to reload, but just going to do a chunk of damage. E United spot out what was going to go and reposition away from this, but Liberate has themselves some goals, and they're going to send it right into Gravity's position, which is a super strong point. While this is going on, you can see that E United is trying to have a little bit of a problem of their own as they're having to send it outside the zone. Corsac's trying to make a rotation through. Dodge now has control over the south as they rotate, and now might be able to get a little bit more information. Corsac tries to go.
Yikes.
E United goes down in 12.
It was always going to be rough for United. There was only so many places they could go, and nothing sucks worse than making your rotation, and right when you get to a certain point, you see a whole other team right in front of you that forces you to push a little bit farther out in the blue, and that was the case with Oath. Liberate did try to make the crash onto the 2-2 split of Gravity. It looks like they get away with it. They lose one in the process, but they have a nice spot at this intersection. Now, ATC and Dodge have spotted out each other, and they're going to be trading shots. That might get the attention of Gas Cans. But looks like Gas Cans might be just sticking put for the time being. Well, never mind. They got to move.
Yeah, I don't think Gas Cans wants to run up that hill into where ATC was harassing a second ago. But now it looks like none of these teams have an option, as they're going to have to hoof it into a not a very covered circle and not a lot of options in this circle.
Everything's bad.
Everything is bad unless really your Gravity, Liberate, BSO. Oath has a dip, but it's not the best place to be because a lot of people are probably about to want that dip.
Sure, but I mean, how are you going to get there without having a full 4-man squad of Oath just taking shots at you on your way? And I mean,
there's so many sightlines, man.
It's tough, man. It's really tough. Nobody has the ability really to really put that much pressure on them, though. So look how much real estate they get to work around with. I mean, BSO tried to throw a single grenade. SSG has to make a run, or off going to lose a tire.
Gotta be careful
Sharpshot
that
gets
approach.
right up in there. D-Rich. Icon already down, though. D-Rich having to hold this by himself. He's got the grenade in hand. SSG already on the move, though. They're in the compound. D-Rich has to defend it by himself. Icon goes down. D-Rich goes down as well.
Through, gotta be careful as you're running through Molotovs, but it looks like Space Station Game is gonna come through that one. Yeah, ATC gonna have a bad day coming out of that one as Greg Shot's doing a little bit of jumps over Norcus's body to get a little bit more vision. Do note the fact that gas cans are going to have to make a little bit of move. Dodge opted to go all the way around what was going on with Oath and BSO, instead have the East to work around. Last member for LM Fudge is still alive, but he's got Adapt in front of him. It's really just gas cans that have to figure out what they're wanting to do. The North is a spattering of kind of solos trying to creep in right now, as they do have Minox, the last one for No Cap that's still alive. And it's just awkward little mini fights that are starting to brew. And boy, KKG, I think that you threw a grenade at the wrong team. He revealed his position, and that is just a ton of troubles coming in there. And that is also KKG's vehicles just getting obliterated.
No. You don't reveal to us that you're within grenade range. Because we know exactly where you are.
Cans?
All right, where's gas cans gonna? So they're sending it down to the south here. They're going right for the Oath dip. That's the only place they can go.
No Dignitas, so they're just sending it and line up into Kickstart's vision. Just hops inside the vehicle, and that was just clinical, man. That was clean.
There's nothing you can do. There's literally nothing you can do. I mean, Oath has the ability to see you coming a mile away, and they just absolutely rip them to shreds. 10 kills for the boys so far, and they've still got all 4 up.
Yeah, this is looking pretty bad for a couple of these teams right now, as Oath is getting a lot of attention, but not a lot of people can do much about it based off the positioning inside that dip. The last member for LM is going to go down. It's going to be 2 to the blue zone. Minox now getting spotted out by Adapt in their positioning. New circle pops, and alas, Oath's dip is not going to be in play, nor is Dodge's, and that also means that Adapt is going to have to move. And you thought that there was a lack of cover beforehand. Now there's especially so. But there are a couple of options for these teams, most notably Oath, after managing to land a nice set of grenades. They might have a place.
This might be a 3-way fight. This might be a 3-way fight there. Oath, BSO, Dodge. Dodge already sending it. Gonna do some damage onto. Oh, Kickstart actually gonna go down to Vegas. Nicely done by him. And now Dodge just gonna send it right into BSO.
Oh, that was the only play they could make after the shots had come through. Finna's alive, but in the exact same place that the grenade barrage landed just a second ago. So it looks like he's gonna try to set up his own. And through this, Oath is just the beneficiaries of this by lining up those shots.
Nice
These two
grenade.
guys can just do work on top of each other, and it's just about letting Oath make the move whatever he wants. Dodge does manage to take down BSO. The question comes in, how much longer can Finna survive?
Good stuff from Finna. But he knows he's about to have a lot of company. Hope he's got a few more grenades in him. Doesn't look like he does. He's just going to have to barrel spray and pray.
Ooh. Oath doesn't know exactly where he is. He has an angle to work with, wasn't looking into it. Spots out one, tries to line up into the second one, get some damage into it, but no! Balefrost is going to take it down, and there you go. Oath has their power point to play from. Now it's all about Adapt making their move.
Jeez, that could not have played out any better for Oath. I mean, Dodge had to make the rotation first because they were right on the edge of the blue, and the spot where BSO was pretty much the only place they could go. And to be fair, Dodge dealing with BSO very, very nicely. But, man, there's just nothing he can do, is there? Oh, nice shooting. Oh, Rhett, they got a couple of crate guns in the hands of the Adapt boys, didn't they?
Yeah, so with this, we're looking at a 4v4, v3, v3. Space Station Gaming, Liberate, our threes right next to each other, have the cover and the control to play around. Oath is very far to the south. And keep in mind, guys, we're on circle 6. So depending on how this plays out, might be a little bit interesting as we move forward. This is a thing, to say the least.
Well, Oath is just on one these days, and they've caught up to Sonics now in terms of kills as well. They've taken over that first place spot with that 4th win. They are set up to try to make a play for the 5th. It's going to be tough, though. We'll see where the next circles decide to go. But yeah, it's been extremely violent the last couple of games, Matcham. It's like scrims. We're seeing light lobbies in Circle 5, Circle 6, the ones that everybody say, oh, those are troll games that they're just screwing around. Well, that's what our reality is now. So you better get used to the troll games.
Oath has the opportunity, with Sonics not playing today, to rack up more wins, more kills, because if they're wanting to take first place, now keep in mind, there is the supposed first place curse as the circle's going to pop. Liberate's going to have to move, and
Oath's
going to have
is
to
happy
move,
they're not in first anymore?
I don't know. They claim that if you get in first place in the group stage, it just makes the event bad. So, Oath, good luck, maybe? We'll see.
Look, hey, the reason it's a curse is because it keeps happening constantly. Every team that comes in first in group stage is just Falls by the wayside. I mean, it's happened to SSG, it's happened to TSM, happened to Sonics. Maybe now it's Oath's turn. We'll see what they can do. They've still got some work to do just to get a little farther in this game, and I think that's probably first and foremost in mind here.
There's a lot of things on the table for what we're looking at. Most notably, note chicken dinner positions for all of these teams and the capabilities of what could be happening right now. All of them sitting on at least one, Oath sitting at 4, wanting to get a little bit more distance from Sonics. With the way everything's set up, they do have a difficult task in front of them in trying to find some way to move. Luckily, Liberate has to move, and that means that SSG has their sights set on denying any form of peek coming out here. As you can see, the top of Jason's head just popping off as Keenan's trying to play some whack-a-mole and not going to connect with it. This firefight is also going to draw a little bit of attention, as with everything that's going on, Adapt now has their eyes into that position. Kickstart's even gotten into a firing line for this as well. While he's doing this, though, it is going to be SSG that's taking a couple of long-range shots, but Oath is going to be able to reposition, and they do have this hillside that's going to deny a little bit of vision. The only thing about it is, how is Adapt going to move?
Doesn't look like Liberate's going to be able to get that res onto Jason. They're not even going for it, really. They've got the smoke wall laid down. They've actually, I'm not sure if they smoked off Oldless or if Oldless smoked off himself. Either way, Liberate going to make the cross now. They're going to be able to get right up into his compound. Oldless just going to have to retreat.
This is getting a little bit more hectic, and one of the stronger positions to work from. Liberate not wanting to move inside the compound because they don't want to lose anything else. Just content in the fact that they've got a little bit of a wall to play from. With this, it should be noted that Richie B is moving into a little bit more of an aggressive position into Oath spot as well. With those couple of shots now coming out, that's going to give a little bit more space for Space Station Gaming to at least eye that direction. But you know, they're now a little bit more nervous because they have some very unruly neighbors, and they're afraid if they start taking too many shots at Oath, that could open the door for Liberate to sneak up right back behind them, as it's only about 10 feet to get there.
Richie testing the waters there, seeing if they're in grenade range, but not quite just. I think he's just mostly keeping an eye. Oh my goodness, Oldless.
I like this.
What
just
a
take
push.
care of what you got close to you. Just make sure that you don't let this happen. Do get it down on top of them, but that's going to be a little bit more armor meds that are going to have to be spent, but they still have the compound to work with the circle. Now the question comes in, Oath realizes that there's been a firefight, and they have an idea. Now it's just time for Roth to throw down a couple Molotovs, see if he can buy a little bit more time and space. That is a beautiful placed Molotov to at least get him a chance to reposition, but here come the throwables on the other side of it, as Oath know the building that they want, and it's a matter of, is SSG going to let them have it? While this is going on, Adapt also moving into position, actually opting into playing around the center of the circle instead.
Yes, indeed. And Oldest come and join Roth in the high ground here as sees if he can spot out some heads. He will. Did he pop the grenade? Did he pop the pin on that nade? Oh, Balefrost and Kickstart both down now, and don't shoot your own teammate. This is all shaping up really, really nicely for Adapt here, isn't it? As Relo down to 14 HP, the last player up 4-0. Things did not go well on this push. Space Station, what a great hold.
Good play coming up from them. They have to be careful because Adapt does have a position to play from. Keenan was really wanting to be safe into his approach onto this. Relo very aware that he is in a very, very precarious position to play from. He goes for a peek outside at the moment. Keenan goes for a flush, but that's going to reveal him. Now he has to be very, very careful. Molotov's going to come out, deny a little bit more. That's, believe, connected onto both. That's going to provide him an opportunity. He does get the spray in, down to 4. Instead, going to go for the flush as well. With the Molotov in position, he could have time to get meds off and buy a little bit more. Adapt, though, is thriving off of this. They know that they have an opportunity to work with. Relo is going to go down from Oldest reposition, and he knows he has got to get Keenan up. It's going to be Richie B that moves right up into the doorstep, as well as we am realizing the fact that they have this game under control.
Holy hell, Relo. That was so close. I thought he was about to 1v3 that man in the most technically beautiful way I've seen in a long time. I like it. Okay, get the roof. SSG down to 2. You got to be careful if you're Adapt here, though. You're basically giving SSG 2v2s essentially by putting these two guys right up front.
Spots out one of the 2v2s, gets a little bit more damage in with the position. Look at Retaliative's damage right now, though. He can pump out anything on anybody that peeks from there. That would be an instant regret for SSG, realizing the fact that they don't have the long-range game in their favor, and they likely don't have the numbers in their favor as well. Instead, skittering around, seeing if maybe they can commit to a lower ground fight to work with. You just saw them manage to do a great job in forcing out a positional fight in this point just a second ago, but with Adapt holding that high ground point on top of this means they get a little bit more space to work with, and every single time all these smokes going out are just to buy a couple of feet of reposition. And look at that. There is no one, there's no
so
vision
much
in anything that's
utility.
happening. Keep in mind how many people have crashed into this point and how many smokes that we could potentially see SSG working with.
There's so much utility in both hands of both teams, really. I think this is a good read by Retaliative, looking towards the other side of the circle, coming over there to see if he can maybe spot something out. William, for the last molly he has, but he gets spotted on the roof. That's going to be one going down. It's now 2v3.
I love the play on that, separating all the way, going back into the edge of the zone to get more vision on what's
Still have
happening around them.
nades.
Don't commit into the center. This is a great play off of this. This is a good read, realizing the fact on how Adapt would have lined up with this. It's just more and more smokes going down. Oldless tries to go for a spray, but he goes down inside of this with the new smoke wall pluming up. He doesn't have the vision to get the vengeance back. Gets spotted out, and there we go. It's going to be Adapt picking up their second chicken dinner.
Huge stuff for Adapt. I mean, the second win is basically, at least at this point, it's looking like it's assuring them to go on to those finals without having to deal with the last chance qualifier for now. But really well played by them at the end. Fortunately for them, I mean, Oath decided to make that hard push into SSG, and Adapt just got to kind of sit back and say, sweet, okay, we'll keep 4 up in third party this. That's fine.
I mean, I can see what Oath was playing from. They knew Adapt's position, so they decided, okay, well, let's just try to send it into this point. A good set of defenses coming out from SSG to make the plays to get into this
Very
point.
well
Keep in mind,
defended.
they had to commit to several fights just to get into that position. So shout out to Space Station Gaming for fighting their way all the way through that. Fortunately, they don't manage to get the chicken dinner off of it, but I still even like the read on the play there at the end. Guys, we still got one more to go for this day. So we're going to take a quick break because I'll be honest, I need some water. I'll see you guys in just a few minutes.
You make me weak. You're the one I seek. And I hate that I love you. I hate that I love you. If I could, and I would, carve your heart. Carve your heart. It's hard to keep smiling when you're closing every door. I'm trying to open. I tell you love you more, and you say it's broken. But it wouldn't mend mine.
You know, it's always a good time for Slav Polka. Oi, oi! Bring the beats. It's time for Polka! for poker.
One game left on the day before we have the Titans that are going to be the Sonics coming back in with an eye on TSM as well for tomorrow and the day after that's games. So with this opportunity for these last two groups to contend in and see if they can get anything out of it, Oro, it's about to get spicy.
Indeed it is, and it's great to see Adapt getting that second win. I think they've played really, really well through these group stages, and I definitely would say that they have earned their place up at the top of the
Yes.
leaderboard, and Oath as well. I mean, to have to beat out Oath to get it, it's some pretty good doing there, as Oath is kind of on one right now. Another 13 kills out of their total.
I mean, again, I got to give a shout out to Space Station Gaming. I love the holds that they managed to put through there. Managed to
yeah,
get
that was a
11
great
kills.
fight.
That's going to be big for them. You can see that it was a very top heavy game as far as kills were concerned, all things considered. But my eye is drawn yet again to Dignitas and their one kill. Gas Cans managing to get 4 while they're still sitting on their chicken dinners. Again, managing to find what they consider to be success time and time again.
It's been rough. I mean, this one in particular was rough for Dig because they ended up having that compound crash that that didn't really go their way. But I gotta say, man, I really like what Dig is doing. I like that they're sticking to their play style. They haven't got a win yet, but it has to come eventually, doesn't it?
I just feel real bad for Gas Cans if this works, because Latin America with Sparking chilling out on Dignitas is not going to let this one go easily.
Well, and then you add into the fact that you're, if you put Dignitas in the last chance qualifier, I think pretty much everybody's going to say, yeah, they come out of that.
That's the question, though.
But
11th place right now.
but that's the thing, though, is that you get into that last chance qualifier. That's when you start getting into this lobby against teams that you may not have a whole lot of experience with. I mean, 7 through 14 from NA, sure, but how many reps do you have against 7 through 14 from LATAM?
See, that's the benefit of Sparking.
True. He's going to have some knowledge about some of those guys and how those teams play, but anytime you start throwing Latin American teams into a North American lobby, it seems like North American teams are taken aback by some of the strategy and the meta from these Latin American teams and what they do. So it's just an extra additional variable into the game that you would prefer not to have to deal with.
Yeah, and speaking of not wanting to have to deal with, look at the damage coming out from Oath. 3 members in the top 5. Oldless, though, continuing to perform for Space Station Gaming, as well as Jason for Liberate.
Absolutely, and it's good to see Jason up there. Jason been around the scene for a long time, and don't get to see his face too often in that top 5. But it was a good spot picked up early on. They just unfortunately could not hold it at the end there at the intersection. You can see the new leaderboard. Oath has taken over that kill lead as well as the chicken lead over the Sonics. We'll see how Sonics responds to that. I'm not sure.
Yes, Sonics fans, we know Sonics aren't playing today. I already know that's what you're going to be talking about.
No,
it's okay.
they're gonna be saying that Sonics don't want first because they don't want the group stage curse. Which, okay, I get it. That's fine. I understand that. Especially considering what happened at ESL, that's got to be fresh in their minds. But we'll see. I don't know if Oath wants it that much either. But either way, we are ready to head into the final game of the day, and Dignitas already out of the plane.
Just trying to get away.
Not messing with it at all.
Get away from the headhunters. I mean, just Stolber, Kameshki, Loot, sure, that's something to work with. United looks like they're going to drift. I mean,
He's a little AFK, isn't he?
Do what?
Unich was a little AFK for the Stallber call.
It might also be a
should be
safety
all
play
right.
as well, just to make sure that
True,
they
true,
don't
true.
get crashed. So I don't think that anybody would have expected a Stallber jump off the get-go, and so that's not the worst of plays. Yeah, look at the way that Punij is making the play out of this. He's just trying to make sure that he gets distance away from the rest of the team just in case. All things considered, typical lane path. Nothing too
What
crazy.
is SSG doing?
Apparently going military base with gas cans.
Let's do
Are
that.
the yellow teams uniting to take down gas cans? Is that what's going on?
Sure, why not? Why not? No, it looks like SSG is just going to go for the Western Road loot, leave gas cans to their own devices in military base, or are they? No, yeah, they're doing that. Okay, that's fine. And there's your circle. We're going north again, but it's a little bit more 50-50 this time, Matt.
Yeah, we got the Everest and the fields to the south, and then we've got the rough hills to the north of this, and a little bit of Zarky still in play, so there is always the dream of a Zarky ending. You never know. Georgia Pole is going to eat up a lot of this. Also, a lot of water considering Georgia Pole Bay, the river, and that little chunk up to the north. That said, there is still plenty of places to play for all of these teams off of initial moves, but I think it leans into what you were just talking about, Poro. It's a little bit of a gamble here with just the straight up north-south division with that river.
Yeah, I mean, the fat chunk is definitely north of the river, but are you really ready to make that full-on commitment? I mean, it is, to be fair, I think a little bit easier to go from south to north if you had to make the rotation, if it did hard shift away. But I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how these guys decide to play. I do expect to see a number of teams trying to do, if not 2-2 splits, then at least having their whole team just right on the river. I mean, there's enough
also
compounds really in spots to play that you could do it. Yeah.
Yeah, but there are significantly stronger compounds in the circle, was what I was about to get into. With the Bay, Georgia Pole, Everest, the rivers, the north is just kind of a spattering of buildings, dips that you can play and whatnot. So if you look at a circle like this, I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe see a couple of fairly early rotations from teams wanting to get a very strong foothold and say, we think that it's going to go this way or this way. The interesting thing about it is a lot of teams really don't have to rotate that far to get to those power points. Most notably teams like BSO, ATC, whatnot. We know that they're most likely going to leave Georgia Pole quite early. The tail end teams could lead to a lot of edge fighting, which is interesting in a circle like this, I think.
Yeah, there's always that possibility for sure. It's just a question of really how these teams that are kind of on the edge right now, like Gravity Veritas, Adapt, No Cap, Wallbang, how quickly they get on the move and how deep they decide to go, and where they decide to go. What's that?
I've got a little bit of a soft spot for Dignitas. I have across several events.
Oh, I do too.
I firmly respect what Gascan's doing. They understand their goals inside of this. I'm going to be a little heartbroken if I don't have my underdog Dignitas inside of PCS this time around. So, again, I love all the play coming out from this, and this isn't to be cruel to the Gascans. They are playing for PGC. They're not playing for PCS right now. They understand what their goals are. And I love that. I love a long-term viewpoint from a team, especially an unsigned team at that. But that said, I like what Dignitas is trying to accomplish. I like the way Dignitas plays, and I hope that they get the opportunity.
No, and I think they will. I absolutely think they will. Dignitas is just too good of a team, and to be fair, like, I've been impressed with the way they've responded today to that additional pressure of knowing that gas cans could be, creeping up behind your back at any given time. I mean, it's unfortunate that the win column hasn't come so easy, but some days it's just like that, and we'll see what happens as far as that goes. But as far as Dig and Gas and any bad blood, I don't think you'll see any of that. I think that Dignitas was fully expecting Gas Cans to do this, and I think if Dignitas were in the same position, they would be doing exactly the same thing. So definitely don't think that Dignitas is going to be treating this as like, Gas Cans trolling them or doing anything like that. I mean, this is what you expect. This is what you expect when you get to high level.
This is not a troll. Just let's cut that out before anybody talks about that. That is not a troll. This is a strategy and a long-term strategy to secure a chance to get into PGC. And let's be real, for an unsigned team, having a large prize pool like that is need it in order to pay bills and whatnot
Huge.
and everything. They live off of prize pools right now and streaming revenue, so they have to fight for every single nickel and dime that they manage to pick up. That said, on the other side of this, though, I think that Dignitas might be in one of those forgive but not forget mindsets regarding this whole situation. So if an opportunity arises to do unto others as you have been done unto, wouldn't be surprised if that pops up.
Oh, for sure. For sure. And I think there's a number of teams that have that exact same agreement with Gas Cans right now, because Gas Cans may have did a little hunting in their past in ESL as well. So, I think there's definitely some teams that maybe expected it, but weren't exactly happy about it. And that's the same with Dignitas. I got to say, I don't think they are upset about it, but I think that they're not happy.
All right, so let's go ahead and give you the Weatherman report on what's going on. A cluster of
do.
teams are let's move into full Weatherman talking mode. A cluster of teams are now moving into a western front right up next to the river. So if you're trying to make a traffic rotation around that time frames, make sure that you're very aware that it could be a clustered point. What just happened there? You just lose a tire? Yep. You're gonna be able to get away from it and a little bit of revenge back onto it. But really, it's this Everest and Georgia Pool area that has just got a ton of teams already in position.
Yeah, and if you're looking for what's the heavier side, it looks like most of the teams kind of opting for the southern part here. We do have a number off to the north, but the lion's share kind of hanging around that Georgia Pole River in places south. Marcelic does get res, so no harm, no foul as far as the peak. Icon did make him pay the iron price in terms of his helmet at least, but you can see Adapt creeping up on the eastern
like a bronze price, isn't it?
Yeah,
Just losing a helmet.
That's
Yeah,
true.
I don't think that's an iron price so much as like maybe an iron tax.
Yeah, we'll take that. We'll call it the iron tax. But yeah, Adept kind of creeping up on the eastern side of Everest here. They do have no cap just off to the west, and 300 on the ground just off to the west. So if this does end up cutting towards the south, we'll see what no cap decides to do. They did leave Super down in the compound just at the foot of the mountain.
I do want to point out to all Gas Cans fans, they are presently chilling on the bridge. They have no friends to play with, no 300 around them, no Dignitas, so they're just kind of chilling right now.
They've gotten
a little bit humorous.
They've gotten so good at stopping on that bridge because there is so much in terms of utility heals that I mean, they stop on that bridge almost every time just so they can run around, collect a whole bunch of heals, whole bunch of smoke, whole bunch of utility, and then just kind of continue making their way. I mean, they don't mind getting to these circles late. They expect to get to these circles late. So it's become kind of a thing for them.
I was expecting a little bit more edge play to the south, but no, really, it's a more firm commitment into Georgia Pool, where we have BSO, WB already holding down positions around there. SSG also coming in to a pretty far western approach. Looks like 300 going to be the, I guess, targets of this approach as they come through. And Efrahor already repositioning around this, and there's a lot of strength to be had inside of this compound. Do note the fact that he does have reinforcements around the other side of it. Going to go ahead and smoke, deny a little bit vision coming out of there, and that's going to be one member down. But look at the read and the strength up on top of this flat top. That's why there's so much benefit for it to work around. You can do so many mind game repositions, but you can't mind game Oldless just out in the middle of it. Just got the aim. No fear. Now lining back up into Leda. Leda takes a face full of lead and has to step away. He is now the last one up for 300, and PlayStation Gaming is after him.
Run him down. Leda will survive a little bit longer, but that's not going to be enough. Roth will be the one to take it. They do lose Sharp Shot in the process, but SSG, I want to say, I think that was 100% a good read of figuring out that there was a 2-2 split going on between the hospital and this flat top, and they just immediately sent, and we're expecting to get the peaks from that hospital hill, and they were 100% ready for it. So that was really cleanly done by SSG.
Last minute, the closest team over to SSG realizes it might be a little bit of a problem. Gas Cans also coming along a similar corridor in approach. Just waiting for the new circle to pop. North-south. It's going to go north, and it's got a little bit of Zarky in play. North Georgia Pole as well. A lot of fields, a lot of hills, and it's time to go, especially if you're in the north. Get to those good spots fast.
I was going to say, it is nothing but good spots available right now, too. All the power positions completely free. Liberate was... I already had one person there. They're going to send everybody else. It looks like ATC might be crashing. Wallbang going to go for the bridge cross in Georgia Pole. They've got last minute right behind them, taking shots in their backside. SSG creeping up as well to maybe take shots at last minute. So Roth kind of seeing all this go. ATC, meanwhile, did see Liberate make the full crash into that compound, pulls off just in time, but they've got nothing but hills in front of them, and that's a fantastic spot if you're an ATC fan.
Oh, there are a ton of problems going on. Veritas now bumping into United. United pumping the brakes, but that means the fact that Oath could be coming up back behind them, so United has to be very careful to not keep their eyes too focused towards the front as teams are coming in back behind it. While we've got this going on, right now we have tons of teams running towards the center. BSO finding the first one to stop at. No Cap caught up in a little bit of a position. It's going to be Adapt that's taking shots at them. Could force them to move back over into where Gravity's already held up. Dodge just passed by Gravity's position. On the outside of all of this, Space Station Gaming and Gas Cans could be making a similar approach on top of each other. Dodge now just trying to roll through, and you can see that they are now caught up. United separating them out as Veritas has already found their foothold point that they want to play from. But Dodge at least manages to get 2 members through. The other 2 trying to gun their way past this could put them inside Dignitas's location. Space Station Gaming now caught up inside of this fight as it's just going to be all up in the face of this. Space Station Gaming now Oldless, the last one up, doing a little bit of a dance around, spots it out, but doesn't manage to hold down the angle. So with this, that means that we are going to now see Gas Cans holding down the south while Dignitas is holding down the north.
Live by the sword, die by the sword, but at least they brought it down to a 1v1. You can't ask for much more than that. Gas Can's going to get the better of it this time around. Well, last minute does make it across the bridge. Wallbang has gone to the northern part of the Georgia Pool apps. A little bit concerned for Dignitas as they had a very wide split going on the north coast, and Dodge has crept up over in that general vicinity and kind of split their 2-2 out here as Honey Badger going to creep by, try to do a little bit of drive-by action. Finna going to spot him out, make some nice AK shots, scares them away for the time being. So Dodge remain in that 2-2 for the time being, as well as Dignitas hold their 2-2 as well as
there's a lot of separated positions. Yeah, there's a lot of separated positions coming out right now. You were right. You said the fact that it was a 2-2 split and a 2-2 split. See,
it is. I happened to say as well about 3 times in the span of 2 minutes there. That's a good one. So No Cap, you were talking about the fact that they did come across that bridge. They have managed to avoid the shots from Adapt, but they're pushing right into this Gravity split, and Gravity for their part just kind of hold it down and play it safe for the time being, see if they can sneak something away from No Cap here.
I do like the fact that they're aware of the vulnerable position from those windows from the high ground. Oath is sneaking in and harassing Veritas a little bit, but Danny G is getting pretty low on life, but no firm commitment just quite yet. Kickstart does manage to get the down. Oath might be feeling pretty good. Like, needless to say, they're kind of vibing right now, and Veritas doesn't seem like they want anything to do with this. Ethan's already gone. He's like, sorry, buddy, you got down at the wrong time. I'm just out of here. Danny G is going to be left to his own devices to bleed out. We're about to get the next circle.
Well, this is like a damn machine right now, man. It's like if one of them starts shooting at you, oh my God, this shift hard to the south. That's apps looking pretty good for Gas Cans right about now. As Adapt, they got to decide what they want to do here as well.
I mean, we got Georgia Pole. We got
George Fields
still in play.
Let's go.
George Fields still in play. We've got the hillside. We've got a ton. We even have Valley to play from. So now our teams in the north going to have to make a little bit more of a rotation. Gas Cans actually send it right through multiple teams and have to be very careful. They have Adapt that's already crossed right up next to them. Whenever you have the whole of Georgia Pole, there's like, I don't even know. Let's take a wild stab and say 50 buildings there. Somehow Adapt and Gas Cans choose to park right next to each other.
Yeah, it always bees that way. That's those apartments I feel like have
they're strong.
The easiest. Yeah, they're the easiest rotation up to the hillside there, and you got a couple of hard cover pieces on your way. Wallbang making their way as well.
My jokes with logic here. I'm just trying to throw it out.
Did I ruin it though?
No, it's okay. I still love you.
Well, right, if it makes you feel any better, Adapt's pulling off and going back to the spot that they were at before.
Well, now WB wants to be pretty close to them as well. Veritas, he saw his life flash before his eyes, but does manage to take down 2 before he goes down. Ethan does manage to spot him out, but he's the last one up. Light Show almost died from a run over and then almost wiped Veritas.
Oh, man. He almost had a license plate and printed on his friggin' forehead. And the rest of Adapt going to try to come in here and clean up what's left. Light Show feeding that information over. Rhett going to throw a few grenades, see if he can find something. But look at this, Dignitas and Dodge on the north side. We wondered if this fight would ever break out. 2 of Dodge or Dig already down. Shimboy bleeding out. Poonage gets flushed. The rest of Dodge already on the other side of the road. They're in the hills. Hello Senpai and Vegas, though, they've got to worry about Oath.
Yeah, we've got the North American Vultures coming in, waiting to third party. Dodge has taken a ton out of them. So with this, 2 members from Dodge have to be very careful, as there's going to be a lineup from 3 members of Oath, but on the other side of it, it's going to be Kickstart.
Oh, boy.
Just tearing into what are going to be the remnants of Dignitas, trying to lean back into that little bit of a dip. So now, Oath Kickstart making a commitment to leave a safe zone position to make sure that he gets the firing angles that they so desperately need into what's going on to all of this. So now Oath getting a little bit more so that he gets the firing angles that they so desperately need into what's going on to all of this. So now Oath getting a little bit more control of what's happening on it. Going to go ahead and regroup. And Dignitas, you can see, already having to burn a lot of utility as that blue zone is creeping up fast.
It's Adapt. You see in the kill feed, which trying to push out what was left of Veritas inside that compound, but Veritas proven to be a tough nut to crack here. JR Head in a 1v1 versus William. Neither one of them have a whole lot of health, and that's going to be it. Nice grenade from JR Head. Adapt is done.
Continuing to oppress JR Head, showing up for Veritas, but problem is being this low at this stage is a problem with still 43 alive. So waiting for the new circle, and it is going to pop, and it's going to be that hillside that is just to the north of Georgia Pole. So BSO in a good position, ATC in a good position, Oath pretty close to a good position. They're just going to have to move just a touch more. The rest of the teams, this is going to be a little bit peculiar because it almost feels like Miramar when you get to this terrain. There's a lot of hills, dips, and little hidey holes that people can find to kind of survive through. That's going to be what Vegas is trying to do. I say it's Vegas. He's not trying to survive. He sees the things that are moving, and he wants them dead.
Yeah, Vegas not going to be one to keep his trigger or his finger off the trigger. Really, here is Justice going to take a whole clip and land one shot.
Well, I mean, Vegas managed to survive. I mean, his feetsies are out in the open, so he has to be a little bit careful about that. LM looks like they're going to make a little bit more of a move in. They should be aware that Vegas is the target, so just commit into this. And looks like they're going to approach from 2 different sides, stopping at the hay bales beforehand just to get cover. That's some respect towards Vegas. Right there, Vegas says, "Ha! No, I'm not staying inside my smokes," and guns it out. Problem with it is BSO is taking shots on the other side, and I think he's actually getting away with this.
He actually does. He gets away with it. Vegas, the sneaky boy, and he'll live to fight another day here. Last minute, we'll take that dip spot for now, and here's the late boys. United finally getting their way across the river, and they're going to get into the apartments. They're not a whole okay, D-Rich.
Don't go for a peek on D-Rich. Just let the blue zone do the work, no cap. Just leave him alone. Just leave him alone. Don't peek there. You're standing out in the open. You got a little bit of a tree there. Oh, D-Rich got some meds. Yeah, just use the tree, dude. He's got to come to you. Don't peek that. Do it.
You've already lost super. You've already lost super. Okay, there you go. Yeah, take that kill.
Well, actually, I don't know. That's a pretty hefty blue zone already. He can crawl with it. I don't think he can outrun it.
It's chunky. Yeah, super's done. And if D-Rich would have gotten 2 there, no cap would have been kind of kicking themselves. They were probably already kicking themselves the fact that they lost 1 off of it. But we'll see what they decide to do. ATC, though, in a perfect position to do a little gatekeeping on their own Norcus. Few shots in. Looks like no cap will get into the compound safely for now. And at it making a run here.
I like this. Realize the fact that the only thing that you can really do if you end up playing this hillside for too long, they're just going to have all the advantages of high ground and crest into position. Instead, trying to move in and assault it a little bit more and force them away from it. The lineup from No Cap, though, is very separated by comparison to ATC, who is very clustered at this point. So it's going to make it a little bit more difficult. New circle is about 10 seconds away. We have most teams just kind of roaming around, seeing if they can spot anything. The only real close fight is going to be at its positioning into ATC. Everything else is a little bit calm, except for Kickstart. I mean, Kickstart's always shooting. Circle does pop, and it is going to continue to favor BSO and this hillside.
Who'd have thunk it? Yeah, BSO in that safety compound. You don't really get much kills from there, but you do tend to get to late game in circles like this, and honestly, that's what we're looking to do right now. Oath on the move as well, and you can see at it creeping. ATC taking a little bit more of an aggressive position now.
Oath does spot out Liberate, who's going to have to move. WB going to have to make a move. LM making a move. Gascan's Adam in position. The rest of Gascan's going to have to come through. United going to have to move. The last member for Veritas, JR Head, still alive, as well as No Cap that we were looking at a second ago. So This
There
is
you
a
go, Fudge.
This is an interesting spot, and Vegas finally gets spotted out, but Adam now has to do a little bit of control in the position around him.
Oh,
I
no.
like this. Just wait for them to position up, wait for your reinforcements to come in, and now you just have an easy grenade toss right on top of their heads if you want it.
Yeah, he's pulling back for the time being, though. The rest of the boys, I think Nikos and Hikerman feeding that information over. The wallbang is 4 deep in this compound. They got to go somewhere. Let's focus our attention on them for the time being. You can see still a lot of teams, 6 teams with no wins still. Okay.
Yeah, no, that's just Oath massacring Liberate as they're trying to leave. Like I said, they had a clean sight line onto them, so that was just pretty easy and out in the open. Now it's going to get messy. Let's be real, Poro. It's just, where do you go? Look at the lack of cover. People have firing lines. It's just, it's going to be a lot of peekaboo. You look up, you take a couple of shots, you lean back away from it, and you try to make sure you flush out your kill before somebody else thieves it.
Oh, yeah. I'm looking at that leaderboard over there, and I'm seeing all the teams towards the bottom there with no wins just yet. Pretty beaten and bruised, except for ATC. ATC still keeping 4 up. They have the south side, but Oath starting to head over in this direction, and ATC maybe taking a little bit too long to deal with this no cap situation. They're about to get third partied. That might be bad news bears for them.
Yeah, ATC, they're in a rough spot. I mean, Oath is just absolutely massacred Liberate just a second ago, and they're moving into position. Do note the fact that United has been creeping very steadily back behind gas cans and letting them kind of clear the path for him and make sure that it's safe while getting a read on what goes. I like this. Just kind of let them take all the risk and just wait for them to kind of maybe like take their pants down for just a second, and that's whenever you spring. Let's be real. With the firing lines that we've seen coming out from E United, we know that these guys can. And there we go. There's the opportunity on one. Lines it back up. It's going to be Valiant also getting the line up into Hikerman. So now it's just already an advantaged fight. And Gas Cans had a very strong position. But while this is going on, LM hears this and now repositioning back into this. United needs to finish it fast because they're going to have a new contender trying to approach.
Gas Cans instantly down to 2, and now down to 1 as Nikos is going to hide behind for the time being. Valiate, though, also down. Corsac now down. Waldo bleeding out. Los, the last one up for E United, and he's just going to face crash. Just W key right into LM. Zero respect. He gets the knock. Justice on top. Doesn't peek over, though.
Is this the Los special? Don't go for the med. Go for the kill instead. Up. Here's the grenade pull. Good play from Justice. Have to get the res up, and now there's a very weakened squad of Dignitas moving into an on spot as well.
Well, while that was all going on, Oath dispatched of ATC, so they have the high ground. BSO leaving their compound. They're going to go up into the Oath, right up into Oath's line of sight, and they're going to find Snakers right off the bat.
Well, now you're kind of kicking the hornet's nest right now, as it looks like Oath is instantly turning around. They don't even care about moving into the safe zone. Kickstart already repositioning onto this. Looks like he has an idea on where BSO is going to be coming from. KKG's just on the other side of this. KKG reading a bit of what's going on back behind this, and Kolpin A Bay as well, realizing they've got enough of what they've got at the time, so just trying to regroup, but they're starting to stack pretty heftily and don't have vision on this dip. It's allowing Oath to reposition into it.
They do get the flush onto Snakers. Relo just looking for little heads to peek up over that ridge line. This fight take place with 0 third party, though. Kickstart gets the low ground. He's going to find KKG instantly. Trade come back. He gets 2. Why not?
While this is going on, we also have Dignitas and Gaskins taking their fight. Balefrost is still looking through, seeing if they can find the angle on it. 10 kills already, bro. Let's just go ahead and make it 13. And that's going to be control of the entirety of the East now for them. Nobody is in the North. It's just weakened teams galore. Dignitas cannot find their so desperately needed chicken dinner. And here we go. We've got a 3v2, v1v1, and everybody is playing the hillside except for one solo in Pellets.
All right, come on, solos. Your solos, if they can manage to squeak this one out. Absolutely huge. It looks like Palix is donezo. Let's see if JR Head can maybe be a little sneaky boy, as we are down to just 6 alive in phase 6, as is tradition. But it looks like he has already spotted out the gas cans, boys. JR Head not playing it quiet.
Well, if things couldn't go from bad to worse, guess what? Crate drops and Kickstart's going to go ahead and pick that up. So now we have a reinforced Oath that has control of near on everything, because JR Head and gas cans are caught up on a fight right along the edge of the zone. Again, in circle 6. So Oath has all the rest of the circle to work with and all the leisure that they want to move.
Yeah.
Gas cans have a little bit of options. I was going to say they've got the vehicle back behind them. The thing about it is gas cans don't know that JR Head is a solo, so they have to treat it very, very cautiously.
Absolutely.
Oath realizes they've got the numbers advantage. Even if there's still a three-man squad left, it's still even for them. So they're just roaming around seeing who's shooting.
Oh, and they get the circle. Why not?
I mean,
Why not?
mathematically, in this time, it was in their advantage.
Sure. Well, when you're in the dead center, it's pretty advantageous.
Also, when the other two teams are like maybe 5 feet away from the blue zone, both pretty close to each other.
Big facts. Big fact. Well, I mean, Palix is probably kicking himself right now. I mean, he would have had the circle if he would have just been able to be sneaky. But we'll see what happens. Gas cans getting all their utility in order. Throwing smokes downhill behind them.
I think that's so
it bait?
maybe they can get a little bit of a warm up in vehicle or reposition. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, there's another crate right there. Okay. Yeah, he's doing a little bit more looting. All right, Greg shot going low. See if he can spot anything out while the looting commences. JR Head has not moved an inch. He has gone prone, and he is hiding. Okay, now he's on the move again.
He's already wiped a squad by himself, being the remnants of Veritas. Well, not by himself, just made sure to finish them off.
For sure.
He's been a very active little boy for being all by himself, looking around at everything that's going on. Trying to see if maybe he can scout out. With his approach, he might be able to backstab Oath.
Oh man, they're looking down there though.
Yeah, but I mean, JR he's had some good aim. If he can at least even this up, it could open up an opportunity for gas cans. But if you're a Dignitas fan, that's not the best of position. JR Head does get spotted out because now it looks like Oath is in a pretty hefty spot. Gas cans feel uncomfortable. If they manage to pick this one up, it's just going to be worse for Dignitas as they go. But it's this is a double-edged sword for anybody else in the lobby. Gas cans moving to 4 and puts them in an even better position. And Oath moving to 5 makes it even harder for anybody else to catch up to him. Greg Shot's got an angle. Does manage to connect onto 1 and onto 2.
No, he's insane. He's absolutely insane. No, the grenade. Tried to go for it. Kickstart. We'll put a plug on that one, and that's going to be the 5th win for Oath now. 117 kills, my dude. 17 kills, over 100 kills for the tournament so far. These guys are they're on another level right now.
Something circle luck, something gifted, something tons of kills, something constantly fighting to get into those positions. I mean, if you could read the circles,
circle all day.
If you could read the circles, that's not a problem. And I often feel like we see a lot of people talk about the fact that, because you know how to navigate in-game circles and know how to navigate fights, that you're somehow gifted. You're not. Look at the amount of wins that Oath has managed to stack up just in the past 2 events. It's absolutely ludicrous.
I mean, they're in the groove right now. I mean, we've always said, I mean, you look at teams like Sonics or TSM or Oath or Dignitas, these are teams that when they find that groove, it just feels like impossible. It feels like everything is going their way. Every fight that they get into, whether disadvantaged or not, they're going to win. It's just the confidence that comes with knowing that you're playing at the best level that your team can possibly play at.
Well, we talk about it. PUBG is a lot of decision making. Again, aim is super pivotal, all that other stuff. Yes, great. But understanding how you can move through it and specifically understanding the other decisions that people have to make around you so that way you can make the most informed decision, I feel is what Oath thrives at. They know how everybody else is moving. They get so much information based off of the firefights that are happening around them. They always seem to know exactly how everybody is moving and are already braced and waiting for them to walk into a very open corridor of free fire that Oath can lay down. And that's its own level of technical beauty. It's not always like super flashy where they're just going to try to like 1v1 it out in the end every single time. They're just going to have a read to know exactly what they need to do to succeed and execute it time and time again. And that in itself is what PUBG is about. Taking everything that is all the RNG factors, taking everything that is all the other teams and all the other players, and learning how to navigate it to your best benefit.
I mean, yeah, you go back and watch the replays of these games. Go find a single fight that Oath took that you feel like they just face planted into it. Like they took a fight that they didn't have just incredible intel about where everybody was, or what everything was going on going into that fight. Like they were always the third party team or the fourth party team. I mean,
Mhm.
it was fantastic, fantastic to watch. It was amazing stuff.
Guys, we're not taking a break. We want to get the leaderboards all stacked and together for you. So we'll do a little bit of, I guess, a PUBG podcast for a second while we're letting you guys all know what's going on. But now raises an interesting question, Poro.
Yes.
The first place curse. Oh, now sitting at 5. How bad does Sonics want first place?
You know, it's going to be interesting to see what happens with Sonics. They still got obviously 2 more days of play, 10 more games, and that brings up another interesting thing. You've got two teams now that are playing at their top. I mean, you look at
Mhm.
Sonics, though the games that they played last week, they're looking like they're back at their tippy top, and Oath is kind of in the same boat. And you throw in gas cans into the mix as well. You know, this is going to be a really really interesting grand finals lobbies if we have three teams that are that good and that are all firing on all cylinders.
There's also a lot of X factors over the next couple of days. Whenever we're taking a look at the overall leaderboard, you can see it's going to be 5 chicken dinners for Oath, and they still have another day to play on top of this. 106 kills, starting to get a little bit of a lead ahead of Sonics, but we know Sonics can put up some hell of a lot of kill numbers themselves.
I
Gas
mean,
cans, like you've been talking about, 3 chicken
us.
dinners as well. We're starting to see a hierarchy start to appear inside of here, where it was all 3s and 1s beforehand. Now it's starting to feel a little bit more comfortable for some of these teams.
Oath has won 1/3 of their games played.
God, that's all I can say. Just that is nuts.
How nuts is that? How
That's
nuts is that?
and that's at a pro play level. Sure, this is group stage, moving on to the combined Americas region, but this is still a lot of the best teams in North America that they're managing to compete against and have that level of success. That's absolutely crazy. I will say on the other side of this though, Poro,
Mhm.
last chance qualifiers are starting to look pretty intriguing to say the least. Whenever we're
Yeah.
looking at what's going on with Dignitas, we have the potentials for Dodge being in there. TSM, No Cap, Team Veritas have all had their moments moving through this as well. I mean, this is the next 2 days are going to be crazy, and I think the last chance qualifiers are going to be even more nuts.
Oh yeah. No, absolutely. And oof, it's it's a terrifying prospect to have to go through the last chance qualifier, to have that risk of not, you know, leaving it to the very very last minute just to get in to PCS5, to have that last run really of trying to get as many PGC points as you can and trying to make that last run really of getting the PCS5 win and getting that auto qual invite. I mean, that would be absolutely huge right now. I mean, look at a team like Adapt. I mean, they've got two
Yeah.
wins. They could easily come in here and just shock the world and get that PCS5 win and get an auto quality to Worlds. I mean, that's huge.
I mean, we can make statements for a lot of these teams. Space Station Gaming, sure, they only have one chicken dinner right now, but 85 kills. That's
Yeah.
nothing to scoff at, to say the least. Gas Cans have been performing. United and DAP,
United's
Space
been
Station
looking
Gaming,
much better.
300. I feel, and Liberate, even a Liberate is finding more and more warm up moments. How many times have we had to talk about them and like extremely important firefights that they're managing to win?
Like there's no team really that I can say honestly with maybe one or two teams that I can say are playing below the top level that I would expect of them. Um, you know, everybody seems to be just coming into this full bore, absolutely prepared for what they have to do. The pressure, I guarantee you the pressure is there, but all of these guys are handling it fantastically as teams. And I think that you're seeing, you know, if not the best, then close to the best that these teams are capable of.
So with this, guys, don't forget there's also a lot more than just the placement for prizes. We also have the bounties, so we're going to do a quick update for those. This is looking at everything so far. Kickstart for Oath, 36 kills, but Retaliative, man, Retaliative, Adapt, Gas Cans, Sonics. Look at the spread on here. 2 of the top 5, and yes, I know, guys, Sonics still hasn't played the same amount of games, but still, 2 members for Adapt in this position. And Richie B and Retaliative have been very, very impressive.
No, absolutely, and it's great to see, and it's awesome to see new names up there, and I again love what we've been seeing coming out of Greg Shot lately. You got to give credit to Kickstart, man. Though he is popping off for those Oath boys, but all those Oath boys are really popping off, and the fact that Shrimsy is still up in that top five, given that they've only that they've
Oh,
played 5 less games, and look at that. Oh boy, that's a lot of that's a lot of deeps, man.
it's like kills are nice, but you can see that maybe damage wins you games because these guys are pumping it out. Space Station Gaming again. Keenan, never sleep on Keenan. And
Nah,
do we need to talk about Tick? Look, Tick, everybody's gonna be talking about Tick tomorrow. Look, he's a sexy man
5 less
that does.
games, and he's right there.
Yeah, he's a sexy man, does very cruel things to people whenever he has them in his sights. You guys are going to get enough Tiggleton tomorrow. Don't worry about it. And probably the day after that.
And again, yeah, we're talking a lot about Oath, and I know the Sonics fans are probably going to be like, oh, we have played 5 less games. Yeah, we realize
They're not
that.
playing today. You can't talk about Sonics when they don't play.
Bro, I fully expect Sonics to be coming in with all guns blazing tomorrow and the next day. Like it's going to be exciting. Now, we start looking at well, here you go, your assists totally. It's maybe not as exciting of a stat, but Space Station doing pretty well in terms of assists. The all teamwork to get the
Well,
kills.
see,
uh,
I'm weird. I actually like the assist stat because it
okay,
actually shows the fact that how you're calling shots. Like if you see a team that has a lot of shared
sure.
stats, like in the case of Space Station Gaming, it shows the fact that they're focus firing efficiently. So they're
Yeah.
making a call and they're saying this is our target, and everybody's working together for it.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that one. Let's if we could bring up the leaderboard one more time. I'm kind of oh, there we go. It's
This is essentially the leaderboard, so it's fine.
essentially chicken bounty. So Oath in the lead as far as chicken bounty goes. Obviously, we've still got 2 more days to play. Oath has 5 more games left to play. And, another team that has 5 more games left to play, Matchroom, is Dignitas.
Dignitas.
And I know,
Dignitas.
look, we're beating it to hell, right? And you can also say the same thing about TSM or Dodge. TSM still has 10, but now Dignitas, all of a sudden, you're in this boat where you've got to get above 14th place. You're in 11th. Liberate getting a win today kind of pushed you down a little bit, but you would love to get that win just to be certain, absolutely certain that you're going to be making the LCQs. And actually, do they have a shot at, if they get a win, do they have a shot at making group stage?
With the amount of kills that they have, yes.
Would they be making
I don't
it
know.
a 6?
I don't think that one chicken dinner would be enough, though. With still 2 days left to play, I
True.
wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple move up into 2 because we've already seen a lot of separation coming out from that. My
Well, I
concern
mean, if
is
Oath and Sonics are going to eat up all these chicken dinners, then who
this is
knows?
true. This is true. I just am going to feel bad for a great many Dignitas fans if they're going to be watching on the last day if only one chicken dinner is what Dignitas managed to walk away from. Because I'll be real. Like, again, I said it, hashtag no bias caster. I love the Dignitas roster, and part of my heart is going to break if they don't manage to make it into this PCS. But again,
I
gas
don't.
cans,
I
I
think
respect.
they're going to make it, man.
I respect why they do it. I believe that they are going to hold in the top 14. Do not lose faith, Dignitas fans. Your faith will be rewarded. I know that's a different team's thing, but it'll pay off for you in the end.
Yeah, I mean they might have to go through the last chance qualifiers, but I think that's that team's too damn good, man. There's not, I don't think they'll have a problem with the LCQs, even if that's where they end up having to get it through. But there's still 5 games left, and they're gonna have to be in a lobby again tomorrow with gas cans, and who knows what gas cans is gonna do if they're gonna sell out even harder tomorrow than they did today. Because I mean, I could argue that gas cans maybe didn't do enough today to try to make Dignitas life hell. So we'll see what the coach decides or the team decides how to approach these last 5 games for gas cans tomorrow.
Well, guys, okay, so there's action tomorrow, the day after that, and then don't forget there's 1 day off, and then the LCQ kicks off. I really hope these teams did their homework before this because it has just been day upon day of action. So with this,
Banging them
Flo,
out,
you got
man.
any more comments before we close this one out?
Nothing. I'm so impressed with the level of PUBG all these teams are playing out right now, and we've seen highlight reel moments from each and every one of these squads. Somebody has been able to step up and produce something magical for their squad to try to make to these grand finals for PCS5, and it's a tragic that we're gonna have to get rid of a few of them, but It's just, it shows you the level that we're playing at these days, man.
Well, I'm not back until until we see the LCQs. So I'm gonna say it. Take the oath, Sonic Boom. I got faith in you, Dignitas. Don't break my heart and get a chicken dinner, please. I need it. I need this right
And
now.
I like how it's a foregone conclusion that TSM's just going to be fine and they'll make it. We're not worried about them at all.
Okay. There's no easy solution to talk about that team at the time, so I'm just it's over there. I'm going to ignore it. So, guys, with that said, make sure you tune in tomorrow. The day after that, make sure you tune back in for the LCQs. On behalf of everybody that's working production, PUBG itself, we will see you guys tomorrow.